USA YouTubers, and let's be honest, grifters in any fandom would.
So the first thing I'm worried about is that it gives some of these YouTube grifters, these tourists that have been, visiting our fandom just to shit on some of the projects, it adds more fuel to their fire that they're trying to burn about how, American Godzilla sucks or there's only 3 Toho movies worth watching.
There are a lot of grifters around right now, and they do not care about the franchise, no matter what they say.
Grifters.
YouTube grifters, these tourists.
There are a lot of grifters.
Grifters.
Yo, what's up, guys? How you doing? We all doing good? Joe Smo, how's it going? What's up? What's a new icon? Love to see it. Originally, I know I wanted it, but obviously the extenuating circumstances meant no, we couldn't do the Cottom debates as the first live stream of the new year, but it is what it is, and we must bear witness to slop, unfortunately. And there's a lot of people in the chat too. F29, it begins, so it does. Sea Monsters, what's up? And the world of Minecraft, hello, hello. Also, actually, congratulations to Sea Monsters, because since he did his video on, or live stream, more accurately, on Adam Does Movies, now Adam can say that Zimzilla wasn't the worst person to do a critique on him, because now he can complain that someone did a full-blown 5-hour-long live stream complaining about him talking about Nosferatu. I mean, how can anyone spend any other time but doing that? And I know someone's in the back, so that's going to be fun. But actually, brace yourself, Pillar of Garbage is another guy that doesn't take criticism. Well, Pillar of Garbage, he's, I guess, going to live up to his name then. Close to 6 hours. But yeah, well, here's the thing is that, like mine, I should have just, stalled to make it the 4 hours so that he could say that, oh, someone did a 4-hour-long live stream talking about how much I hated Godzilla Minus One. But, I mean, look at it this way. He made merch off of Godzilla Minus One, so he can't say that he didn't get any publicity out of it. And the person in the back we will bring to the front. Hello, world of the Minecraft.
Hello.
How good, my friend?
It could be better. I spent the entire day dying from a fever, but I've recovered enough to join the stream. So
it seems like nowadays everyone gets exceptionally sick early on in January, because that was me last year, and thankfully it wasn't me this year. Otherwise, I would have been exceptionally pissed.
Yeah. But yeah, I woke up at 3 in the morning and couldn't even fall asleep for 4 hours.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, I feel you on that, because I know for me last year the feeling was exceptional fatigue, even if I slept the whole time, or certain days my throat just felt like a chainsaw was run through it, and I couldn't fall back to sleep until much later. But again, I thank God that I'm not like that this year.
I'm thankful I finally recovered in time, though. Oh boy.
Hopefully Anthony organized his bookshelf this time. No, well, he did put a Godzilla book on the shelf, so it's thematically appropriate.
Nice.
I've gotten better from some kind of bronchitis during Christmas. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what I got. I mean, literally, it felt like I was dying last year.
Yeah. Yeah. I also went to rewatch Sonic 3, which was a lot of fun. So,
there you go. I still haven't seen it yet. I'm probably going to see Nosferatu again before I see Sonic 3. But what can you do? As well as I need to watch 2014 and King of the Monsters before the debate in February.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I'm definitely planning to rewatch Cotton beforehand. until the new semester starting. So, yay!
That starts in like 2 weeks, right?
It starts next week for me.
Yeah, so 2 weeks essentially.
So, yeah.
But no COVID, right? No, what's it called? Negative. So I am fine. As well as for anyone interested, I am completely trying to pad out the first 10 minutes only because that means I can swear as quickly as I can when we begin this video. So yeah, that's just how YouTube is sometimes. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Don't forget Kong Skull Island. I think if we're gonna do a GVK debate, I might watch Kong Skull Island beforehand, but I'm not sure how much KSI would actually factor into the Condom debate, but we'll see. We probably will see.
Yeah.
And the Sea Monsters here. How's it going?
Doing all right. Doing all right.
Yeah.
Living life.
Also, if you hear any background noise, that's my family. So
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
It's the one, the only, the Brandine. It's been a while. How's it going? Very interested. Brandine or Brandon Skull Ghidorah. Just custom paints. He does really good paints. He did a Stan Winston paint job of one of my Godzilla figures. I was very happy with it. So
Hey.
yeah, definitely commission him. Give the man money. He's good. He's good people. He's a good man.
Cool.
yeah.
So I'm actually, you know what? I'm curious. Would you? And I guess this is fun little bit of waiting time. Would you rather have to do a live debate on the merits of Cottom with EFAP, or a live debate about GXK with Little Platoon?
Probably I would have gone with the former because GXK is.
I would definitely. Would go with the former because because to be honest, Lil Platoon, it's not that Lil Platoon's conclusions on GXK are bad. It's kind of more or less how he gets to them, as well as kind of his approach in general. That is kind of that one would say is a bit that I would take issue with. So I definitely would take my shot at EFAP would overcaught him because at the very least, maybe there would at least be a more substantive sort of debate as opposed to
But that's the thing is I was wondering because I would say I don't think I've watched your EFAP's Cottom coverage yet, just because I haven't had the time, unfortunately. But obviously we've covered Platoon on the channel, so because of that, I was interested to see, since those were lively, if you'd be more attracted to the lively debate over what would practically be your guys' bread and butter more accurately.
Yeah.
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 For sure.
But has anyone else watched the video yet or no?
The video we're covering tonight?
Yeah,
no,
the video we're covering tonight.
I know Kaiju Kuru has, but
I know Kuru has good things to say about this person. I do not. I don't understand why he would, but it's his opinion.
Yeah.
And I just realized I wanted to cover a few more things. Oh no, Kai, I know you definitely have. So
yeah.
But yes, give the Brandine money. He needs money.
Money.
So actually, I forgot to bring up the Rotten Tomato things because he brings them up. As well as we're so close. I just want to be able to swear at the beginning of this video because the first part's already just bad.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Okay. And if we need more, we'll get to it. Yeah. Oh, someone else joined. There he is. He just came off of his own stream. It is the Vic.
Hey.
Hey. It's Vic Albert. There we go. It's 10 minutes. Thank God. I can begin the video. Let's begin, shall we, monkey gentlemen?
Yeah.
Bada bing, bada boom. All right, and we'll do it at we won't do video essays on speed, as Godzilla not likes to say. Although he's not here, unfortunately. Oh well, but we'll go 1.5 times speed.
All right.
Let's us begin.
Since the dawn of cinema, audiences have always loved one key thing. Doesn't matter how old you are, doesn't matter when you were born, doesn't matter what generation you're from. Everyone loves watching giant monsters tear apart a building, ripping a street up from its roots, smashing another monster's face into another building, causing absolute pandemonium. And really, I mean from the start of cinema, we always liked something big rushing at the camera. There's that famous story about the 1896 film, The Arrival of a Train, which just features a train coming into a station. And yet stories persist that when that film was first debuted, audiences leapt out of the way to avoid the train coming at them. Whether or not that's true or just anecdotal, who really knows? But it would take filmmakers a few more years to ever come up with something that effective again. The Lost World. The Lost World is an adaptation of the novel of the same name by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Doyle, of course, being the famed creator of Sherlock Holmes and believer in fairies. In it,
so real quick, the whole trade segment is completely superfluous and stupid. There's no reason to include it outside of trying to set up the idea that people like giant monsters, and you could do the exact same thing without having to mention this trade segment. And so is bringing up the fact that I'm about to say Sherlock Holmes believed in fairies, that no, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle liked and believed in fairies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it kind of seemed like the whole train thing, when he brings it up, it's kind of like hey, just so you guys know, cinema started with this thing right here, train just arriving.
Yeah. It just seems like something, it feels like something a movie fan would say to begin a video. A fan of cinema.
Well, honestly, I'd say that's probably why I like it. I like the inclusion of it just because I'm like the lowest of the low of like movie buffs, because I took like film classes and stuff, and I've heard this story like a bajillion times. Like every class, like it always starts, "Oh, did you know the train story?" So I'm familiar with it, and I guess I'm used to it at this point.
Yeah, like I've heard it too, doing a few film classes, even though that wasn't my major. It was a lot of credits, so I appreciate them. But like, it just feels like you really wanted to get that film school factoid in there, as well as like I don't, outside of the fact that it's quirky that Sir Arthur Conan Doyle believed in fairies, adding it seems completely pointless to like this, like what is being presented here.
That's like an extra joke, in which case, okay. One thing I think I would have included is probably a reference to like myths and the monsters.
Oh, Minecraft. What's it called? I did not hear any of that.
One thing that I probably would have included is references to mythology, like the fact that monsters are incredibly persistent in mythology, as the example of humans like seeing big things do big things, or just do their thing, or things like that.
Yeah, like that would probably get the point across better. But we're not here for like really a lot of good thematic relevance. We're here because film factoids. And did you know it's a 100-year history of dinosaur movies and Godzilla and Kong, which because 1924's The Lost World, last year would have been the 100th year anniversary for The Lost World, and in 2012 was the 100-year anniversary for the novel, because the novel came out in 1912. So it's relevant to do it, but yeah,
I mean, there is like educational sort of value to. There's like educational value to the train factoid thing and some of that stuff, but it's kind of, but it is not entirely necessary,
exactly.
in the grand scheme.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Adventures explore an undiscovered plateau that exists in South America. Upon this plateau, which is isolated from the rest of the world, prehistoric life and cavemen still walk the earth. Side by side, apparently. Willis O'Brien's stop-motion effects helped bring dinosaurs back from extinction and onto the silver screen for the first time. well, the first time not kind of one animated short that was popular in the 1910s. But the film ends.
And that's the reason why I think the trade thing is superfluous, because it's sort of like, oh, we have to do the train story and we have to bring up the Gertie the dinosaur as well. When you could have probably started with Gertie the dinosaur, or like Minecraft suggested, first talk about monsters and then transition into talking about like dinosaur movies.
Yeah,
Or maybe for another example, like the discovery of the first dinosaurs or something like that.
Yeah.
One small weird nitpick I have is that when he talks about like the like stop motion stuff, he shows prehistoric beasts
By
within
Phil
that.
Tippett,
It's just
yeah.
from Phil Tippett. Yeah.
The weird thing is that I'm wondering why he did that, because since the Lost World is in the public domain, you don't really have an issue of it getting copyright like struck. So I'm just curious as to why he chose to splice that little bit of prehistoric beast in it.
Yeah, I just think it's a little out of place.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Ends with a brontosaurus being brought back by the adventurers to London. This was a deviation from the book, but what this deviation did was bring a giant monster into the then modern day, allowing destruction to reign supreme. And this, of course, was just a warm-up act. Not for London, of course.
And he doesn't really mention it here, which actually would kind of be more interesting as to like the dichotomy between the book and the novel, is that in the book they bring back a pterodactyl which escapes versus the bringing back a brontosaurus, and the movie, which although it's cool that they brought back like a bigger dinosaur rather than the small pterosaur, it would be interesting, or at least cool, if he actually postulated on that more than just, oh, you know, it would be cool if we brought back a dinosaur to the end of the movie, which is kind of all he does here.
Yeah.
Of course, it would take several decades for another monster came to London to wreck stuff up. It became a precedent for filmmakers. If you want to have a really cool finale, bring a dinosaur into a city and have it wreck up stuff. Or a giant gorilla. Or some giant undetermined prehistoric creature from before the dawn of time itself. Wreck up stuff. It became a precedent
real
for
quick.
filmmakers. If you want to have a really cool finale, bring a dinosaur into a city and have it wreck.
So besides like real quick, someone says, hello Zim, can I say something that's drama or something serious relate on stream? If not, that's fine by me. Send it to my DM on Discord and then I'll see whether or not I want to add it to the stream. But obviously, since the Lost World book was an homage to the Lost World book from Doyle when it came to Crichton and Doyle, it is kind of interesting that they do parallel each other with their film adaptations, where they both change a lot from their original books and they both have the ending be a dinosaur in a city. But outside of like kaiju movies, any other like big dinosaur movies people could think of that had like specifically the climax be a dinosaur set loose in a city? Because because outside of like We're Back, which is an animated film, I can't really think of any other dinosaur films between at least The Lost World, both of them, that had a dinosaur being in the city as that main ending plot point.
I mean, I would have said
like the dinosaur is somewhere else and then comes to the city, or if the dinosaur is like already in the city for most of the movie end.
That the dinosaur is brought, like essentially brought from like the wildest civilization, because the only other one that's close to it is like the Valley of Guanji.
I mean,
which also directly influences
technically Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom.
No, I meant like between both Lost World movies.
Oh,
yeah.
At least in this case here, because we can talk about other ones later. Because I can think of several like low budget sci-fi channel movies from like the 2000s that had dinosaurs brought from like wherever they were into a city. But like it being a trend of adding dinosaurs into a city environment after them being on an island is probably rarer than he kind of lets on.
Yeah, you're more so gonna find dinosaurs in a wild situation. In case, for example, cases like 65, Jurassic Park, or hell, even Jurassic World, which technically would count in that regard.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it would also depend if we like expand it from dinosaurs, because I know he also goes on to like say like, oh, King Kong, or like giant monsters in general.
Yeah, but like if we do monsters, then you can say like, oh, like a lot of the kaiju genre does that. But like, but the idea of, because here's what he says. We'll look at it again.
Supreme. And this, of course, was just a warm-up act. Not for London, of course. It would take several decades for another monster came to London to wreck stuff up. But it became a precedent for filmmakers. If you want to have a really cool finale, bring a dinosaur into a city and have it wreck up stuff. Or a giant gorilla.
So he says like it's a precedent that you bring like a dinosaur or a monster into a city. But outside of like The Lost World, there isn't a whole lot of, in the Valley of Guanji, there isn't a whole lot of examples for dinosaurs. And in the case of King Kong, they don't do that in Son of Kong. And do it in King Kong Escapes, but also Japanese, not American. And we can exclude kind of all like the kaiju stuff because it's more like all that's more from the Japanese perspective rather than the American one. Because on the American perspective, that's not really the case.
Yeah. Because if giant monsters are a thing, like I was thinking like something like, the giant claw, that I think ends or has a climax in the city.
Yeah, but that the thing
else,
was that
it's,
like it
in the
was
sky.
essentially the claw was like circling in its pattern before it got to the city.
Mm-hmm.
But and the other thing too is that in like a lot of cases, even when you do see the transition from like the wild to the city, it's more just an upping of the stakes. And the general, like, I don't know why he calls it precedent though, because like in a lot of cases they're working from the ending forward, where you have the idea of the monster in the city to begin with, and then the question is how do you get the creature into the city to begin with.
Yeah, because like Beast is another one I think could fit. Beast from 20,000.
That could fit, yeah.
Maybe
but also
them.
like still kind of a giant monster rather than a dinosaur.
Yeah.
Giant monster, yeah.
Yeah.
Or some giant undetermined historical creature from before the dawn of time itself. Willis O'Brien would, of course, top himself in 1933 with King Kong, the first major kaiju film in cinematic history.
No, we are not listening to ads. No, sir.
But after King Kong...
Most major kaiju film in cinematic history, yeah, that's all right.
What'd you say?
First major kaiju film in cinematic history, that is pretty debatable. Considering you have other things like one of the first ones that come to mind is The Pet from 1922, I think.
Oh yeah. As well as, I mean, other ones I can think of aren't really like kaiju films, but at least King Kong is the first kind of film where the focus is less on like other external factors and just the monster itself. Because you have like brute force and a German adaptation of the Volsung Saga, which has a dragon in it, but neither the dragon nor the dinosaur and brute force are the main like topic of their respective films. So like it's fair. We can give it to them.
Yeah.
In this very day, 1938, Japan released its response to King Kong. King Kong appears in Edo, Japan's first kaiju film.
That even like before I had done like the extra research into it, I was kind of skeptical on, because as far as I remember, there actually was no like King Kong appears in Edo didn't actually have anything to do with an actual giant monster, because King Kong appears King appears in Edo. King Kong appears in Edo because King Kong appears in Edo's in 1938, and there's also because there was also the remake of it.
One sec. Wouldn't there also be the Great Buddha Arrival?
That's exactly as I want to bring up, the Great Buddha Arrival.
Oh, that's what you were referring to as the remake. Okay. Yeah,
because it was this one, and then this was the lost media of it. Because you have the Great Buddha Arrival, which is from 1934. King Kong appears in Edo is 1938, But then there is another King Kong movie that Japan apparently made, which also technically isn't like a true King Kong movie, but it's like this one here, Wasai King Kong.
King Kong.
But the thing is that Mezzo's awesome. I always like whenever he posts stuff on X. But right here is like, by all accounts, King Kong Appears in Edo features no giant-sized monsters. I think the final convincing argument is that it was a poverty row studio with no sound equipment. The promo was inspired by scene from 34's Great Buddha Arrival. So even here, the idea that the Great Buddha Arrival predates King Kong Appears in Edo is something here. But even just going over the story right here, which he does kind of bring up in his review here, but King Kong, like the King Kong in this movie, was never like a giant monster, and I think it's just kind of cashing in on the King Kong name, as well as also like a lot of the information he brings up in his review are directly lifted from the Wikipedia entry. It feels like, but yeah, I always knew that the Great Buddha Arrival I think had predated it, because there's also Paperfin's video on it, if I can find it.
If Anthony was aware of the Great Buddha Arrival, did he just not include this information because he wouldn't consider like a giant statue to be a kaiju for some reason?
Oh, that was
takes 5.
That's the thing, is that like I'm not sure. The only thing I can think of that would be the reason why he decided to have it be the King Kong Appears in Edo is the first like kaiju movie for Japan, is because one, he probably didn't know about this King Kong movie, which is also actually isn't like a true King Kong movie, because it's not about an actual giant ape. I think it's just loosely tied to Kong. But in the case of this, his whole like theory and like point of his video is trying to compare like how America does King Kong, and then in response, Japan makes King Kong stuff, and it creates this dialogue between the East and the West when it comes to making monster movies. And the premise hinges on this idea that King Kong Appears in Edo is this first in this kind of chain of reinterpretations of monsters, when in reality it has a little to do with the actual King Kong character and more just riffing on the name. Because even looking at this, because West Side King Kong is like a parody of the original King Kong, so I don't think we'd even call it a real King Kong movie, because there's no actual ape, because he dresses up as an ape to play King Kong. So like it's weird. And not to mention the fact that also, because King Kong Appears in Edo was released in 1938, where this one took place the same year the original King Kong had come out.
And while this lost film may be impossible to today, it is impossible to understate how this begins the conversation between the East and West about giant monsters.
And that's what I'm talking about with the idea of him setting up this dynamic between the East and West.
Giant monsters are a major part of the film industry, and I think a lot of the discussions of film history can always come back to these giant monster films. Now, personally, some of my earliest memories were watching the Sci-Fi Channel with my grandmother, who would just have it on the TV when I was there. And on the channel, you see these reruns of old classic monster films.
Godzilla is approaching. Evacuate immediately.
Sci-Fi Stumpathon 2001 continues next with Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah, only on Sci-Fi.
And at the time, you don't know what the difference between a Japanese and a European monster film is. Tarantula, Mothra, what does it really matter at the time? Though, as you get older, you realize you might have fallen asleep during one too many scenes of identical white men in white shirts talking about a monster.
So
white man.
Yeah, about them white people, I swear. Yeah. One, just weirdly mask off racist, I guess, but whatever. And like, it's weird that he says like, oh, I fell asleep to identical white men talking about a monster, but also tries to say that you couldn't, as you were younger, tell the difference between a European monster movie and a Japanese monster movie when he brings up Tarantula, which is an American monster movie and not European. But I guess he just wants to, like, he couldn't spend enough time to just say American. And just, they're all just that shade of white. So, European, American, what does it really matter?
Yeah.
Like, I know when I was younger, I could tell the difference between a Japanese and American monster movie, probably because of the fact that there's more Americans in an American monster movie versus a predominantly Asian cast speaking a language that isn't English.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, the elephant in the room there, it's like, that's pretty, like, come on, it's like the most obvious thing there of how you can tell what's Japanese and what's not.
Yeah.
The movie doesn't really feature a whole lot of the monster. I mean, look, tarantula especially. I mean, I'm just saying that tarantula only shows up for the last 15 minutes, and you have enough time for the tarantula to walk around in a superimposed background. But like your average Godzilla film has like 4 or 5 major scenes throughout the movie where Godzilla wrecks stuff up. Tarantula, you gotta wait for most of the movie. I'm just saying, rewatching Tarantula was a very disappointing experience, and I'm still upset by that.
So I'm actually curious generally when it comes to Tarantula's budget versus a contemporary Godzilla film, just for my own curiosity's sake.
I remember always liking Tarantula.
Yeah, it's a fun film. Just Tarantula.
I was big into spiders. Like for a good while, it was like my favorite.
Okay, so 55 Godzilla Raids again. So Tarantula.
Tarantula is not a film that I consistently like to go back to, partially because I have arachnophobia. So
I'm not like, I don't have huge arachnophobia. I don't really particularly like being around spiders.
Yeah,
but like I'd rather watch them compared to Tarantula, for example.
Yeah.
Also, I'm in the same boat.
Yeah. Also, Kasabu, from what I remember, I think so.
Does Tarantula set up the spider throughout the film? Yeah, it does.
Yeah. It's been a while since I've seen it, and like I said, it's not one that I'm probably going to watch anytime soon. Like, rewatch anytime soon.
Yeah. But, like, I'd also be very curious to see generally what Tarantula's budget would have been versus Godzilla Raids Again. And to Godzilla Raids Again's credit, that is fair that there's more scenes of destruction in Godzilla Raids Again than Tarantula, but that also doesn't account for other things when it comes to the production either.
I just looked up Godzilla Raids Again's budget. That's roughly 32 million yen. Let me convert that to US dollars.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's only going to give a rough estimate since it's going to be based on like the value of the yen to the dollar now.
Yeah.
But yeah, like if we're talking about spider movies, Tarantula really does set up the idea of other spider movies like Earth versus the Spider and other things like it later down the line, like Eight-Legged Freaks, which is years and years later, but still.
I would assume Tarantula's budget was probably pretty low because from what I remember, most of the effects, I think even he mentions it, is like the superimposed spider.
Yeah.
And there's only a few shots of like this one model of it I think they made.
Yeah.
So I did the conversion. That is roughly 200,000 US dollars.
200,000 US dollars?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
200,000 US versus for Raids Again versus Tarantula's budget being. Did it say what Tarantula's budget was, or?
No, they didn't show what Tarantula's. What'd you say, Vic?
I was just asking if you found it at all.
No, like I checked the other website. I didn't see anything on it. But the interesting thing is that if it's about 200 US, that's just a little below what Beast from 20,000 Fathoms budget is, and even the Beast from 20,000 Fathoms budget was considered extremely low. So, like, I wonder how, like, even lower Tarantula's budget is if they're not doing something like stop motion, for example.
Yeah.
It would have to be lower.
Significantly.
When you look at Rotten Tomatoes, Universal Pictures' Tarantula has a 93% Rotten Tomatoes and is considered a culturally significant entry in the Western sci-fi horror genre.
Tonight, we're training our microscopes on the world of science and, more precisely, experiments gone wrong. First up is one of my absolute favorites, tarantula. Using real tarantula footage effectively transposed to mammoth proportions with a combination of miniatures and effects, especially in the many sequences smartly set off in the dead of night, as well as the creepy makeup depicting the various humans afflicted with acromegaly, tarantula is a true gem.
Yet King Kong vs. Godzilla has about 52% of Rotten Tomatoes.
So that feels exceptionally dishonest, and the reason I say that is because of the fact that if you look at the two, Tarantula has a 93% rating with only 15 reviews, while King Kong vs. Godzilla has 21 reviews on that side. And then for the other ratings here, it's only about 1,000 versus 10,000. So there's significantly more buzz and more people talking about King Kong versus Godzilla than there is Tarantula. And I think if there was the same amount of people who were talking about Tarantula versus King Kong versus Godzilla, I think Tarantula's rating would drop significantly.
Oh, yeah.
Not to mention the fact that also, if we're looking at the popcorn meter, King Kong versus Godzilla is more popular. So, like, I really would wonder how low Tarantula's score would go if it got the same amount of reviews as King Kong versus Godzilla. Not to mention the fact, too, is that we've said this all the time, that it's often not fair to compare later films with earlier films, but yeah, you are looking. I think it'd be fairer to say, like, let's compare Tarantula versus Godzilla Raids Again, which, for the sake of argument, I'm curious to see. So, Raids Again. When Godzilla Raids Again has less reviews, lower still, and still has a lower reputation here next to Tarantulas. But even among Godzilla fans, Godzilla Raids Again doesn't have too high of a reputation. So I'd say that's another thing that's working against Godzilla Raids Again there. And even in this review, he doesn't hold Godzilla Raids Again into high regard as well. So I feel like that kind of defeats the argument. But the big problem I have is especially not even accounting for the fact of the disparity between reviewers with King Kong versus Godzilla and Tarantula. But we can also just look at like what the reviews say as well.
Yeah.
So we'll look at the top three. So really enjoyed this kind of movie. Universal Creature Features, those are kinds of my favorite films. As much science fiction as horror, the film is stuffed with pseudo-scientific gobbledygook, and the cast do a commendable job of selling. Eventually, it's up to Clint Eastwood to try and save the day. No, really. And then for you have Honda's King vs. Godzilla as a splendid Godzilla narrative that delivers thrilling kaiju action with elegantly exploring the impact of the rise of capitalism and consumerism on Japanese society. Even immediately when it comes to the top critics, or it says all critics here, but at least the first one, you have significantly more that's being said here.
Yeah.
Versus in Tarantula, where it's more is good. Tarantula is no nonsense, no frills stuff. Or even let's look at no top critic reviews for Tarantula.
Well,
but for some reason there are top critic reviews for King Kong versus Godzilla. And I always love these where you have to look at the field review, but it's a peculiar kind of humor, but does it play? Versus essentially Tarantula, despite having better reviews, is very much not as much buzz around it at all. Verified audience, let's do no verified audience at least.
King Kong vs. Godzilla is way more culturally significant, I always thought, than Tarantula. More people know about it, more people clamoring for it to get remade, people place bets on it, there were rumors about its ending for many, many years, yet Tarantula is seen as the more culturally significant film in a critical landscape.
And will he actually exposit on that at all? Not really.
I don't understand what he means by culturally significant from a critical standpoint. I think it has a higher critic score, but that doesn't make it more culturally significant.
If anything, King Kong versus Godzilla is more culturally significant because, like, just by the mere fact that the MonsterVerse, essentially just built up like 3 movies to lead into a crossover between King Kong and Godzilla, for modern, in terms of with modern effects and.
Well, no, the thing is
that
that like what he is saying that like this, he would agree with you on this, but he'd be like, well, see, it's because the Americans just don't appreciate Japanese cinema. Probably because racism or something like that. And as a result, even though you guys are right, Tarantula is seen as a more significant film. Which, like, I'm gonna be honest, outside of like mentioning Atomic Age Monsters, I've heard more people talk about them than Tarantula. Like, I'm actually like really curious to see, like, even if you put in something like Famous Monsters of Filmland and bring up Tarantula, are you even gonna find a issue with the tarantula as like the thing on the cover? Giant spider
That's Giant Spider Invasion.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that like the one that comes up is this one, which, and to literally prove my point, it's like you have this issue here with King Kong versus Godzilla on the cover.
Yeah, look at that. And get Gorgo.
Meanwhile, for that one,
the closest thing you get for Tarantula is this here with Gorgo on the cover.
Yeah.
I think probably.
Yeah.
I want to see if them had a cover for Famous Monsters of Filmland. No.
Even though it's ants and not spiders.
And the Pendulum. It's Karloff. No. Nothing. Even what's it called? Even Cthulhu got a cover. Let's also look at Fangoria too. Fangoria.
Yeah, I think them would kind of get some kind of recognition there, considering it's arguably, like, it may even arguably like be more renowned, I guess, culturally speaking, than something like Tarantula.
Mm-hmm. Because like I'm finding all like the pictures of like the poster for Tarantula, but nothing like articles that were big on Tarantula itself. Like there's this one article from Fangoria, which you have one thing by.
Yeah,
And then,
yeah, the whole. Yeah, sorry.
No, you're good, because like Fangoria Godzilla. I think the idea that like in American monster movie circles that Tarantula had like more sway in it than Godzilla, or King Kong versus Godzilla in particular, is a crazy accusation to make.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because even we can do this here. Let's just put in Godzilla. As it like loads. Yeah, there we go. Of course, it's showing like all the things they've done like ever, essentially, but still, that should really say something. Even though Fangoria's been around for so long, I want to see how far it gets.
To check Gamera for a different.
Actually, what's it called? Speaking of, yeah, let's do Famous Monsters of Film like Gamera. I think Gamera had some covers, didn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Yep, there is.
Mm-hmm. And for better or ill, what's it called? Famous Monsters, not Famous Monsters. Mystery Science Theater 3000 really only kind of like gets off the map with things like Gamera.
Yeah, and they did a couple Godzilla stuff as well, and
well, they only did Megalon, I think. I don't think they did.
No, they also did Godzilla versus the Sea Monster.
Oh, they did.
Yeah,
crazy. I've actually never watched that one.
Yeah.
Oh, even right here, literally, this one right here having to like go for Famous Monsters of Filmland Gamera. Not even it's two separate words. Just Filmland Gamera. You get Tarantula right there, off to the side, with King Kong, Godzilla in the center.
Yeah, and you even got that Cyclops. You got the Cyclops. You got like
you got Ymir.
Yeah, it just kind of goes to show that, like,
them. You have the ants from them.
Yeah, there's them there. So like really, the other thing too is that even with like, for example, if you're gonna pull stuff from different movies, you have Harryhausen's monsters, and I think probably the like Amir and the Cyclops would probably be the two that are distinct that are also like very famous to most people.
Oh, Mothra's up in the upper right corner. So
yeah, Mothra. You get Mothra and Godzilla, so you have two Toho monsters, two Harryhausen monsters. Then you have.
Is that the croc from Lake Placid?
That's what I assume it
Or
is.
which-
Is the Lake Placid croc? Because I think that is it. Because you have Lake Placid croc, which is I think done by Stan Winston, or at least his team worked on it, and then the T-Rex from Jurassic Park, along with Jaws. So if anything, you typically get three not Spielberg, but three Stan Winston monsters, and then you have two like famous giant insects, Kong, and I'm not sure what the bear's from. Is it from that one? It's not called Evolution. I'm blanking on that one movie.
Are you thinking of Prophecy?
Not Prophecy.
So I know there's like a few grizzly bear movies.
Yeah, actually, I would probably.
I don't think
Prophecy
because it looks different. Because it's a different design.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was thinking of
Maybe.
Prophecy. It's probably not Prophecy though. Kinda. If we're thinking that that's like the
Maybe.
Yeah, no, because the scar is on the wrong side and it's not defined enough. So I'd assume that would be Prophecy. Well, when did this come out is the question. Also, I wonder if this is another King Kong versus Godzilla article. Oh, no, this is the article that's inside right here. So
yeah.
Oh, this is done in 2023. Maybe you think it might be Cocaine Bear? Because it came out.
Believe that. I believe that actually.
Yeah, I mean the timeline fits. 2023 horror.
Yeah, but Cocaine Bear wasn't a kaiju bear. Really, it was just kind of like a
Why
bear.
is there a bear there either way?
Yeah, that's the thing.
I mean, if a shark is there, it's not just exclusive to giant monsters.
I think it's like just monster movies in general because you do get Bruce there, but Bruce is I think he's bigger than a regular great white, but still like just kind of a shark, just a bear. And I guess like it kind of fits where it's like two things that aren't insects or dinosaurs or like reptiles. So you have a shark and a bear, as I pointed the bear. Yeah.
I don't know.
But
like,
yeah, two reptiles, two insects, two things that aren't either of those: Kong, Godzilla, Mothra, two Harryhausen monsters. That's like the thing that like I think of when I look at that.
Yeah.
Like, what's a famous bear movie?
Prophecy would be the one I think. That's the thing.
I know.
Actually, no. I'm just curious. Famous American movie monsters. Like even just looking. Actually, let's do giant monsters to be more generous. Because I just want to see how many times you get like tarantula will pop up.
Prophecy's right there.
Yeah.
But
so even in this like collage right here, tarantula isn't there. Or this famous picture here. Because you have 50-foot woman, colossal man, giant claw, Mothra, Godzilla, Rodan. It came from beneath the sea, Guanji. I assume that's Mighty Joe Young because King Kong's there. There's tarantula, deadly mantis, them, giant behemoth, scorpion. So that's right there. That's all Toho monsters, so that can't really count that.
So tarantula does show up sometimes. At least.
Yeah, sometimes, but like you really have to dig for it, though.
Yeah.
Let's do actually, let's do American giant monster movie book. Let's see if we get something besides this that like really has it like front and center. Even this, you have them, King Kong, Rhedosaurus, which may just be because of the fact that them came first. So there's that. Oh, there's a tarantula right there as a spiral book, but like, is that more because it's an American monster movie and it's like product you can buy?
Or Or maybe it's just because, like, oh, hey, it's
Worse.
a neat looking cover of a giant spider, like, attacking a woman. You know, it's pretty striking.
Or it could just be that, like, since I'm searching for tarantula, the algorithm is just like, oh, maybe if I push tarantula, he'll he'll want to buy
There's
these
also
products.
the colossal man.
Yeah. And like even looking through these here, because there's a few of these like pages from this book that we're finding, and we've got Tremors, like Jurassic Park, Godzilla, Rampage.
Oh yeah.
Like we really are trying to dig to find the picture that would have tarantula on it. Like you'd think that if it was like this famous, really talked about monster, people would be dying to actually show it. Like, let's go through this right here. Even then, that's not even one of the scanned pages either.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna have the whole pages there. They would just want us to pay.
Yeah, but like the argument I'm making is that if it is actually true that tarantula is viewed with such reverence compared to Godzilla, that it would be a lot easier for me to distinctly find tarantula material versus like Godzilla material. Even though Godzilla is more successful now, like it should be a little closer than this.
Yeah.
Real quick, Martin said Grizzly is a kill animal movie from 1976 that was made to cash in on the success of Jaws. So yeah, probably might be Grizzly.
Yeah, I was thinking that one. Yeah.
All right.
King Kong vs. Godzilla first came out in America, it was re-edited. A lot of the themes and ideas were taken out of the film.
While the US version stays on the scene to the end, the Japanese version cuts away from it to a studio recording what looks to be a commercial.
What's also really funny about this is the fact that Paperfin's video about the Great Buddha Arrival, if I recall, does bring up the
Tarantula?
no, not tarantula. It brings up the other King Kong movies because Paperfin's. It's gonna do Buddha. We'll just watch a little bit of it just to be sure.
Yeah, he does good work.
Yeah, it does. So we're gonna go through it because the reason why I find his premise weird too is that if he knows about Paperfins, then he would know not to make the argument that King Kong appears in Edo is the start of this dichotomy between the East and the West. So we'll put him at 2x speed, however.
Casual moviegoer the question on what was the first Japanese giant monster film, most people would likely say Godzilla is. And while Godzilla has come to popularize the kaiju genre, there actually was another Japanese giant that predates the King of the Monsters by 20 years at that. It was a movie called Daibutsu Kaikoku, translated as The Great Buddha Arrival, or sometimes referred to as The Giant Buddha Statues Travel Through the Country, but that title is just way too long. The movie was released to Japanese cinemas on September 14th, 1934. Now, some may say I'm wrong and point to that lost Japanese King Kong short as the first kaiju picture. Well, if you actually read into that, you'll find that it's not really a kaiju movie, but just a short film about a guy dressing up as a monster walking through miniatures. And no, it's not being meta about itself, that's just one of the plot points. And I want to say before continuing that The Great Buddha may not be the first kaiju movie as well, as there possibly could have been more that we just don't know about yet. But as of the time I'm making this, the movie is on record at being the first Japanese kaiju picture, and as such, that's what I'm treating it as here. Anyway, what even is The Great Buddha Arrival? Well, the movie is about the real-life Buddha statue located in Shirakuin.
Yeah, so he talks about this King Kong movie, not even King Kong appears in Edo, because there's even such a difference between them, since Edo came out in 38 versus these films, which are closer with the first King Kong movie being 33 and Buddha in 34. So again, I don't know why he comes to that conclusion about King Kong appears in Edo.
Yeah.
This is also where we're introduced to our main lead, Osamu Sakurai, played by Kazuo Takashima, though this entire moment is removed in the US version.
The movie itself is a satire on television, on marketing, on advertising. It is, in film, a WWE match, essentially. And yet in America, they cut out the social satire to make the Japanese people look really silly.
How?
How? They did cut out the social satire, but how the hell does that make them look silly?
Yeah, the Japanese are. It's really funny. He says it makes the Japanese look silly when the Japanese are able to repel Godzilla in this movie in both versions, and it's not through like the help of the Americans.
From what I remember, the Japanese characters, at least from the majority of the film, are still relatively as intact as they can be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not to mention the fact that like even in both versions, it's like a international sub in the American dub, and I think it's explicitly an American one in the Japanese version. are really the ones that show incompetence, since they're the ones that ram into the iceberg that released Godzilla. So if anything, this claim that the American version makes the Japanese appear silly is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And say what you will about American re-edits to these films, the only thing that King Kong versus Godzilla does, outside of removing the social satire, is that because the social satire is removed, it plays the film straighter and is more of a traditional giant monster movie where the fate of the world hangs in balance, versus the two of them fighting, symbolizing like a dynamic change in Japan.
Yeah. As well as the fact that, if Kira Fukube's soundtrack is kind of taken out of the Japanese version, and the US version just kind of replaces it with, like,
stock American monster movie soundtracks.
Well, yeah, there's even bits tracks from like Creature from the Black Lagoon, like at a couple points. It's just like I think
yeah,
it's like I see you, which is
yeah.
And I will say this too, and this is me like making this up here on the spot, although I was kind of ruminating on it. I bet you that if they actually didn't re-edit the movie and the film was like released normally in America, just dubbed, and people like commented on the social satire of the film who were Americans at the time, he'd probably have more of an issue with it, because he'd be like, oh, those Americans, they don't really understand the nuances of the Japanese satire. So like, I'll say this, for King Kong versus Godzilla, the American version does its job of playing the film more straight, and for better or for worse is kind of what sets the trend of what people expect from Godzilla movies around the world, and even in Japan too.
Yeah.
Because like if you remove the distinct satire of King Kong versus Godzilla, you have a film that plays similar to Godzilla Raids Again. The only difference being is that the film's in color, and because it's King Kong and Godzilla rather than Godzilla and a new monster at the time, the film is just generally going to do better.
Yeah. Yeah, and like it's pretty much, it's King Kong, like Godzilla. You got like this Godzilla, this Japanese monster fighting this the big monkey that Americans be like, oh hey, it's that big monkey King Kong,
it's that big famous monster that we already know versus another monster we already know.
Yeah, versus little Spike versus a big spiky boy, pretty much. It's like, who's that?
Yeah.
At least American.
Plus, with the precedent of the original King Kong fighting a dinosaur, it kind of adds to that ability to be like, oh yeah, King Kong fighting a dinosaur? I've already seen that, but now it's bigger, and this dinosaur can shoot fire, so that's even better.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
place all the scenes of satire with boring white men in suits talking about
there's his other white man moment.
Who could
Also, before we continue, I did want to state King Kong versus Godzilla as a matchup works well for the same reason that Godzilla versus Gamera as a matchup works well. It's because the dynamic is already set as well as it could be. It's considering, as well as the fact of Gamera being very explicitly heroic in comparison to Godzilla, generally speaking, it adds that's partially what makes it work.
Yeah. That's kind of why people demand, or kind of like fans out there have been clamoring for a Gamera versus Godzilla movie, because Godzilla being having a more antagonistic relationship with Japan compared to Gamera, who's way more protagonistic. It definitely, they want to see how that dynamic plays out.
Yeah, especially considering Godzilla has already fought characters who are of a similar allegiance as Gamera, Mothra being the closest one.
Yeah.
In America, they cut out the social satire to make the Japanese people look really silly and replace all the scenes of satire with boring white men in suits talking about.
I think the other thing too that I find weird is that if he's saying that they remove the social satire to make the Japanese look silly in the idea of bringing King Kong to Japan, that's literally what Carl Denham does for King Kong, except instead of it being a ratings battle, it's Carl parading King Kong around.
Yeah.
Which, again, essentially the same thing.
Kind of an unfortunate frame you got paused right there.
Why?
He looks drunk.
He looks stupid regardless of what I pause on, so...
Fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did that a lot during the Adam Does Movie stream of mine yesterday, where we just happened to pause in frames that just
He just looks like he's
our...
actualing me because I paused on him. It's like, actually, like, why is it that you paused on this moment when I'm talking about the Japanese people's oppression by American censors and re-editors? You could say they are Redditors.
Okay, Anthony, if you're listening to this, for what it's worth, I do. That Frankenstein monster bust is pretty dope. I'll give you a point for that.
Yeah, looks good.
Yeah.
The one thing that I have that one copy of the John Carter series, but I love the fact that this one copy of Berserk he has is still wrapped. I wonder if I go back into other videos of his, I'm still going to see that copy of Berserk there still wrapped. Because, one, all of these books are car versions that you can get at a Barnes & Noble. So I've always, anytime we get these in our store, they're always still wrapped like this. So you're telling me, bro, that you bought this and you just have left it sitting sideways on your shelf, still wrapped. Like, bro, just unwrap it, please.
Yeah, come on.
Make the Japanese people look
as well as like I can't really tell what these ones here are, but like I know these are like sci-fi and some like sci-fi YA stuff. So I love the fact that there's a sci-fi YA next to Blood Meridian right here.
really silly and replace all the scenes of satire with boring white men in suits talking about who could win, about the monsters, discussing the science behind it. That makes no sense if you have any passing knowledge of science.
I mean, you say that, but like there's a lot of stuff in the Godzilla movies that has not the best relation to science, but the only reason why you'd be excusing it is because it's not white men re-editing a foreign film, so your comment means nothing. You have no power here.
People were complaining about King of the Monsters being so gobbledygook with science. This is not new. Not even for monster movies.
Yeah.
No.
And it's kind of weird, right? Why would America deliberately take a film about social satire and make it a boring, generic, bland entry in the monster genre? I mean,
probably because they weren't trying to make it bland and generic. They just wanted a straightforward monster fights monster, end of the world scenario, because that's the heightened tension.
Yeah, and even then, like, if the American responses from like audiences of King Kong versus Godzilla, I'm pretty sure it didn't say anything about it being like, you know, a generic monster movie, you know, like anything that they've seen before, or at least that they see that often at the time. You know,
like let's actually, King Kong versus Godzilla trailers 1962. I just want to see what we'll get as it just completely dies on me there for a second.
Yeah.
Oh no, everything died on me for a second. Oh, that's wonderful. Nope, there we go. We're back.
You want to be careful with this for copyright reasons?
Yeah. It's catastrophic. Oh. There we go. The titanic, terrifying battle between the mightiest monsters of all time. King Kong versus Godzilla.
Godzilla, placing a trailer terror to his Japanese homeland. Captain Warren Cunningham. Godzilla! Roaring defiance to the only enemy on Earth strong enough to challenge him.
Yeah, you might pause it.
Yeah,
you might. Yeah, just pause it for. Yeah,
it's like it's really clear, even looking at this trailer here, that they're hyping up the fight between the monsters. Which, if we were to look at something like, say, Frankenstein versus the Wolfman,
yeah,
which I think this film, like Outside Creature from the Black Lagoon, it also borrowed music from. They were trying to market it in a similar way because that's what audiences like. They like monsters fighting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure there may even been trailers for Freddy vs. Jason or vs. Predator and all that. Yeah, where they say like, get
AVP,
ready.
Yeah.
Yeah.
EVP. Hell, even in its own way, the GVK trailer for the first one was a very similar way.
You might have
Yeah,
to
they
repeat
literally.
that.
Yep. He's saying Godzilla vs. Kong's like trailer was kind of similar. I would even go a step further. Like they literally even had like a song that just like in that trailer that has someone just shouting, "Here we go!"
Yeah,
like that trailer was hype.
The entire point behind that trailer was Godzilla and Kong are fighting. Let's go.
Yeah, it's gonna be fucking amazing, y'all.
Yeah, so like the claim of them trying to make it boring and generic is ridiculous, and the only reason why he's saying it's boring and generic is because we as Godzilla fans like the social satire, and therefore it is a lessening of that movie in a fan's eyes. But that it comes off as almost as too tourist, actually, like from my perspective.
Yeah.
It's like one of those things where, like, when people really try to downplay King of the Monsters because it included Steve Martin, when in reality, the reason why they added an American actor there was to add legitimacy to the film so that they could get as many eyes on it because they wanted it to be successful instead of trying to bury it, which compared to Raids Again, which arguably is more faithful despite the name change and only does the dubbing and like some switching around of scenes, is a worse film for it.
Yeah. And even then for King of the Monsters 56, they at least tried to keep it thematically in point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they want to keep it thematically consistent with the original while just kind of like just being like not quite hitting it as hard as the Japanese version, because they don't want, without offending American audiences somewhat.
Entire and make it a boring, generic, bland entry in the monster genre. And maybe it's because America didn't really fully reinterpret one of their monsters. Like King Kong, America doesn't.
This is such a stretch, and you can really tell like how much of a mask off stretch this is.
Have any exports? King Kong is one of the few purely American to really totally reinterpret one of their monsters. Like King Kong, America doesn't have any exports. King Kong,
America doesn't have any exports. So real quick, I love this idea. America doesn't have any exports, but
I love
since we're
how
talking about monsters.
Yeah, I love that he says King Kong versus Godzilla was made into like a generic monster movie. It's like, oh, that's so that's very ironic. Like, I mean, you could. I'm sure there's people out there who could accuse that movie, for a lot of things. Generic, I really did like. I don't know how you could call it.
Like, you have the Call of Cthulhu as a manga along with the Shadow over Innsmouth, and how H.P. Lovecraft's influence on manga and horror is like astounding. Like, let's see, Ultraman versus. Yeah, I've always heard the monster's name is said as Gitenozoa, but it's like Gitenothor or however. See, but that's how I've always seen it spelt versus this spelling. But literally, there's so much of Ultraman Tiga that pulls from like Lovecraft, because I know in Ultraman Tiga they literally have the sunken city of Relay or Arle as a major plot point of one Ultraman Tiga movie. Yeah. So there's that. So Lovecraft, somewhat of a contemporary of King Kong, also a culture export, and then indie classic works. So, like, when it comes to early depictions of orcs in D&D, you have these kind of pig-like interpretations, which you have later stuff appearing like this in later works, or like right here, things like this. Or this, because then when you have Japanese orcs, when you see orcs in Japan, or things called orcs, they often have this pig-like appearance, and that is because of the fact that as D&D and other RPGs inspired by D&D, which is an American export, came into the West, not in the West, into Japan, a lot of like how they would later change orcs drifted away from like things you'd see in like Warhammer and Warcraft, and would take on more of these pig-like appearances, which is why, for example, you get things like Ganon from Zelda.
I was gonna say, yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Bring that up.
Yeah.
Like Legend of Zelda, big. You gotta thank gotta really thank D&D for that. A export from America. Or let's also look at M11 as it shows the gun. You have M11 from. I hope, please, someone needs to clip that. I'm like, and he's M11. Oh, that's the gun. Created by J.R.R. Tolkien. So the word orc, I forget off the top of my head if it's either Old English or Old Germanic, but essentially orcs and goblins are the same creatures, but the idea of the orc as its distinct creature is popularized by Tolkien. And the idea of orcs is one of the things that Gygax takes from Tolkien that becomes the orcs in D&D. And because of D&D's popularity in the realm of games and books and stuff outside of Tolkien, is that when it gets over into Japan and you get things like the Dragon Quest games and things of that nature, you get their evolution of orcs, which is different from our evolution of orcs. But M11 from Godzilla, Terminator.
Yeah.
Like literally Terminator.
Yeah, that's straight up.
Or for another Godzilla example, the Final Wars is entire thing.
Matrix.
Yeah. And
Godzilla.
Heisei, Godzilla, Western. I'm curious now. I know there was a clip of it. Homages. I know there was area ranked watching. Oh, I wish I could easily find that one video, because in the Heisei series, actually, we can use this right here, because in Godzilla versus Mothra, you have the one scene where the guy's retrieving the artifact and they have the rolling stone like Indiana Jones. You have in Godzilla versus Destroyer, you have
like
aliens. In Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah, you have the Terminator, which is done the same year Terminator 2 had come out.
Yeah, you got Terminator, maybe a little bit of Back to the Future, but especially Terminator.
Back to the Future and Terminator. In Godzilla vs. Biolante, I wouldn't say Little Shop of Horrors, I would say more like spy espionage films that came out of America, like James Bond and things like that.
Oh yeah.
Which also, like, even like some of the Showa films would have been influenced by the Bond films of their time, since one Godzilla actress from King Kong vs. Godzilla ended up becoming a Bond girl. So
yeah,
that
you only live twice, Mr. Bond.
Like, the idea that America has no other cultural exports besides King Kong is ridiculous. Unless he wants to say that, we have no cultural exports for monsters besides King Kong, when again, like, unless you want to say giant monsters, well, not anymore since we have Clover, but if we're talking about monsters in general, we still have Lovecraft monsters, which are still relevant. You also have Aliens, Predator, Frankenstein. No, Frankenstein's German, technically. British, technically. True. So if we want to exclude things that came out of Europe and just distinctly American, then so, like, it's a very stupid thing to say, but considering who it's coming from, I'm not surprised in the least.
Is one of the few purely American exports that we have. And ironically, it's a film about Americans going to someone else's territory and taking something that belongs to them and bringing it back to us.
I know he's not saying white dude in this, but like, I would add it to the white dude counter. So we're essentially at like 4 white dudes. We're 4 white dudes on the white dude counter. Which, looking at his face, this is kind of his reaction when he's about to take on 4 white dudes. Not in a fight.
Kind of a taste of irony, isn't it? That someone else took our American export, quote unquote, that was really us stealing a monster from somewhere else, and then us getting pissy about it and re-editing their film to better reflect our.
Why would we be pissy about something and trying to re-edit it out of spite when it would make more sense to try to literally just appeal to the audience to make as much money as possible because we liked Godzilla?
Just gonna bring this up. Reminder: Retosaurus was the original title for Godzilla was the monster from 20,000 miles beneath the sea.
Mm-hmm. Or the fact that Kayama was essentially a pulp author and his works ended up being what leads to Godzilla being the way it is with his book and his original ideas. But yeah, so I thought it was on this specific thread that Mezzo did. But if I recall correctly, actually, The Beast for 20,000 Fathoms was released in Japan a few months later than the original Godzilla. But more than likely, the producers at Toho knew about The Beast before it actually had come out. Yes, I did. My dissatisfaction with it is grave. So usually I don't dislike videos, but this one is just... If you're putting an hour's worth of effort into this and making all these assumptions are just masked off, which is essentially just racism, I'm going to be honest with you. That's you get a dislike, sir. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Beasts in our style. Kind of funny, isn't it? But nowadays people look at stuff like Shin Godzilla and Godzilla -1 and go, well, Japan, that's Kaiju Central. If you want a good Kaiju film, go Japan.
Probably because at this point there's been so many Kaiju films and the dissemination of information is so great at this point that it makes sense that if you want to see a good Godzilla movie, you'd want it made by the people who made the first Godzilla movie. Even if it's not the same people, it's the same company with a tradition there versus people who are fans, but their perspective on Godzilla is going to be different than Japanese working at Toho making a Godzilla movie, simple as.
And nowadays, the American Kaiju film is seen as the lesser product, whereas in the 60s and 50s, the Japanese Kaiju was underrated, underappreciated. The 70s, 80s, same thing. In fact, most Godzilla films were not even given a VHS release after the 80s. The old ones were, but the Heisei-era Godzilla films couldn't watch them.
Yeah, probably because of the fact of where the distribution was, because you have 84, which off the top of my head, I'm forgetting who distributed 84. It was New World Pictures, right?
New World Pictures. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yes, New World Pictures does 84. And they do a King of the Monsters style edit to it. Then you have Miramax doing Biollante. And they do Biollante. They get the rights to Biollante in 92, which is the same year Toho sells the rights to Sony to start working on an American Godzilla film. And Sony doesn't release any of the other Heisei films until 98, which I'd have to look at the rights agreements again, but I don't remember anything in there stipulating that they couldn't release older Toho films until 98 had been released. Although granted, had it been the DeBont version, Godzilla comes out about 94, 93, and that means probably we would have seen the Toho films come out earlier, but then we also know that in certain cases it's believed that they weren't going to make any other Godzilla films after Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla 2, which is around 93. So if that's the case and you see the American film come out, we probably would have gotten the Heisei films up to that point right after the American release to coincide with it, since Toho was going to take a break at that point, and then they make Space Godzilla and Destroy Us. So I think it has little to do with spite or derision and everything to do with how Toho was choosing to distribute their films in America.
It is widely believed now that the reason Godzilla films were no longer distributed in the 90s is due to a controversy involving the film Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah.
This is the first time I'm hearing anyone ever say that this is the reason why we didn't get other Heisei Godzilla films, because even when it came to Biollante, it was hard to get things at Biollante. Granted, it was hard to get almost anything from Japan unless it was at special stores. Again, I did not live through this point in history, but everyone who's told me about getting foreign stuff at this point in time in the 90s, even though the internet was becoming more prevalent, was not as big as it was even in the early 2000s. So all of this right here is conjecture and a stretch, and it only is being done to fuel this idea that the Americans hated the Japanese, or at least had complete and utter total derision for Japan, that's why we didn't see any company touch Godzilla in the Heisei era.
He's currently starring in his 18th film, and as Taylor Henry reports, the plotline has stirred up a bit of controversy.
In Japan's latest Godzilla movie, this is the Great Showdown. Godzilla taking on the three-headed monster, King Ghidorah. In the process, Godzilla trashes Tokyo's opulent new 48-story city hall, cynically known among the public here as the Tax Tower. The destruction comes much to the delight of Japanese moviegoers, but some might regard the plot of the movie, released December 14th in Japan, as anti-U.S. Time travelers arrive in UFOs from the 23rd century. Japan, they say, will rise to become the world's greatest power, only to be destroyed by Godzilla. Godzilla, once a dinosaur friendly to Japan, the movie explains, helped Japanese defeat Americans in a World War II Pacific battle.
They also, no, they don't even say that in the film. They say Godzilla was probably just protecting its own territory. And Shindo's appreciation for Godzilla has nothing to do with the idea that Godzilla actually was Japan's savior.
Yeah.
Director Kazuki Amori says this appeal to the Japanese survival instinct is not meant to be anti-American.
The movie is not especially anti-U.S. I just thought I'd try to picture the identity of the Japanese people.
As a result of this, the street is in line.
Yeah, like I do like
touch this era of Godzilla films. It wasn't
that's such a lie.
Godzilla 2000 that a Japanese Godzilla film was distributed in the West again. Yeah.
Also a lie, because
liar.
You have Godzilla versus Biollante that Miramax did earlier on. So no, those were a thing. Plus, not to mention that Sony did release the Heisei films around the time 98 came out. So it wasn't until 2000 that you saw Godzilla movies back again in America. It's that 2000 is when you see a massive theatrical Japanese Godzilla film in the West. So completely different argument he'd be making, because we can even look at VHS. Yeah, so there were VHSs for Biollante back in the day.
Yeah.
Not to mention 84 was still pretty not as widely available as probably people would like, but this idea that they didn't want to touch this era of Godzilla is because of some American bias is crazy. But real quick,
yeah, is he basically saying that because because there was some apparently American bias against Godzilla because of Godzilla versus King Ghidorah, that's why the rest of the Heisei era wasn't released?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just wrong. God damn it! This is the second time I have to defend Godzilla versus King Ghidorah against Anthony. You can accuse that movie for a lot of things, but it wasn't that movie's fault. Okay. Yeah, God. I shouldn't be doing this because I was the guy who was the Predator, who ripped the guy's head and spine off and just throwing it, waving it around in that movie.
Well, the fact that they really wanted to they really hated the Americans, when the only reason why they have the Americans in Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah is because they were asking for Americans on military bases. So if anything, they could have done some trickery to not have actual Americans on screen.
Yeah, and not only was Katsuki Mori not only didn't even intend for those thematics to be in there, although even then it's how he didn't notice them and how he didn't, look it over and just, notice it. We don't really know, but still, whether he pretty much very well and not even intended, and also the American extras who played those soldiers, if anything, they're fuck, we don't care. We just wanted to enjoy getting killed by a dinosaur.
By Godzilla, yeah.
Yeah, we're in a Godzilla movie.
They were having fun, if anything. Which, hey, good for them.
Even looking at this here, because I wanted to look at Big Action Bill's thing on this, because
to seeing their soldiers being depicted that way. There was also an air of anti-Japanese sentiment around this.
So, like, I always knew there was an air of anti-Japanese sentiment, but the idea that this is what translates to being specifically what doesn't get future Godzilla stuff is where the stretch comes into play.
Film industry. Japanese company Sony had just purchased Columbia Pictures, rubbing some the wrong way. The Washington Times would editorialize, "Lock the door and hide the family silver. Here come the Japanese. First they want to make low-cost, high-quality cars to transport us. Then they want to build lots of plants to employ us. Now they want to make movies to entertain us." Entertainment Tonight would have on a spokesman from the Pearl Harbor Survivor Association named Gerald Globitz. Globitz would say that the movie was in bad taste.
Movie critic Jaley says this anti-Americanism is a trend.
The last 3 films have had
I'm just trying to see if I can get his name right there, because I just want to see if like there's anything else about this guy. Looks like it says James Bailey. James Bailey, Pearl Harbor Survivors.
It is like, even if there was like a whole thing of Japanese like revisionism going on over there at that, over there, to just kind of rewriting history, about what happened, during World War II that, obviously that wasn't true. Like, it still isn't Godzilla versus King Ghidorah's fault necessarily, really. Like whatever stuff's going, like the educational systems and all that, it's, in Japan. I mean, Omniviewers kind of got over it in this second part of his Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah series.
Yeah.
So,
real quick, because what he says here is that, like,
I think a very pronounced anti-bias about them.
The Toho spokesman.
Like, one, I'm surprised he was even able to find that clip there of that guy saying it, but like, let's actually, because if we go back this way, or no, I'll do this.
It's amazing he was able to find that clip, because the clip itself looks like it's barely held together by duct tape with the VHS.
Mm-hmm. But like even though 84 is right there, because I guess the closest you could say it's anti-American is that you have America being viewed as an equal to the Soviets in 84 with its ready use to use nuclear weapons. Then there's the American espionage in Godzilla versus Biollante, and then that comes to head in King Ghidorah. Like, the closest I could really say to there being anti-Americanism in any of these 3 movies, at least, would be the idea of having America be no better than the Soviets in 84.
Yeah. I mean, like...
And in Biollante, Soradia and America are kind of viewed as equals, as they're both looking out for their own country's interests, which in that case, even though Soradia is a foreign country, that America isn't treated as especially bad or distinctly different in how malicious it is. America, like all the other countries in these movies, are looking out for their own interests, versus Japan, which is the protagonist country, as it were.
Yeah.
And SV says this right here, like, in 84, the USA still cooperates with Japan way more closely than the USSR.
Yeah, that is true as well.
And yeah, Omni mentioned one of the original. Yeah, it's Honda, because even Bill says it here as well, I think.
It would respond.
Oh no, it's Tomoyuki Tanaka.
For Americans to watch, but I think it's not as bad as those Hollywood war movies that portray Japanese soldiers with buck teeth. Omori would deny any anti-American sentiment. The American actors in the film were very happy about being crushed and squished by Godzilla, and they went home happy. So taking all this into consideration, I don't see any anti-Americanism in the film. When asked about this, original Godzilla director Ishiro Honda would say that he thought Omori went a little too far in depicting the deaths of American soldiers. Considering Honda's pacifism and hatred of war, this isn't shocking. Now needing to...
that's something I was referencing this thing by Honda. But even if we're talking about that, like, the guy that's mentioned in the clip that was brought up and Honda are both people. Well, one is essentially overseeing a Pearl Harbor Survivors Association. So regardless of anything said, I doubt that he'll have a very high opinion of Japanese actions during and post-war. And I don't blame him for that either.
Yeah.
Big soldier and actually having to fight against the Americans, and his pacifism, I think that like that would rub him the wrong way as well for anyone.
Yeah,
but
and And he's also one of the main architects for Godzilla, for the Godzilla franchise itself. So he would have, a thing or two to say about it.
Exactly. You want to know what I love about the fact is that we've done more. We're a longer video already than this entire video here, and we're only.
Oh, that means the stream is bad. If the stream is longer than the video, then it's a bad review on the video.
Long man bad.
Long man bad.
Long man bad in the comments, guys, and in chat #long man bad.
Forget it. If you go outside of the main Godzilla branch of films, it was very hard to find copies of these films distributed in Western markets. So it's become a very interesting conversation. East versus West. King Kong versus Godzilla, with both countries creating monsters and both countries reinterpreting said monsters through a new lens. It's a conversation about film, but it's also a conversation about our deep-seated fears, what we are fascinated by, and what captures the imaginations of us moving forward through time. It's undeniable that there's a bias in how Western monster films are made, or for the most part, how they're made, and how critics discuss Western monster films. Again, for the most part. None of this is...
Wouldn't there be a bias on either side?
Yeah, there's going to be a bias on either side, but it's only bad because that's America. Because again, it's really funny. It's like, oh, identical white dudes talking about a monster. You could, if anyone said, oh, it's identical Asians talking about a monster, or identical Asians watching Godzilla fight another rubber-suited monster,
yeah, you get
immediately the accusations of racism in the Godzilla community and just like the internet as a whole. So this is why I called this not only near ahistorical, but also just kind of mask off.
Exactly.
All encompassing.
Yeah.
But see a few trends develop over time. How do critics talk about Western giant monsters versus Eastern giant monsters? How is King Kong discussed in critical circles differently than Godzilla?
Oh, we do not want to have this conversation. King Kong in critical circles.
Good days, I consider Citizen Kane
boy.
Era, but on bad days, it is King Kong. That is not to say I dislike King Kong, which in this age of technical perfection uses its very naivety to generate a kind of creepy awe. It's simply to observe that this low-rent monster movie and not the psychological puzzle of Kane pointed the way toward the current era of special effects, science fiction, cataclysmic destruction, and nonstop shocks. King Kong is the father of Jurassic Park, the Alien movies, and countless other stories in which heroes are terrified by skillful special effects. A movie like Silence of the Lambs, which finds its evil in a man's personality, seems humanistic by contrast.
In the 50s,
So before the rest of this stupid little orbit talk about these other films, I just want to do Roger Ebert's, because we have his things right here all listed, but I want to do Roger. I've never thought, for anyone's context, I've never found Roger Ebert to ever be a good film reviewer. So take that pretty well. I've very little of his takes I've found to be of any worthwhile note.
Yeah, he has some weird take. He had some weird takes, for sure.
Like here's the thoughts about Jurassic Park.
It's okay. They're back after millions of years. Dinosaurs, of course, in Steven Spielberg's Jurassic Park. And the bottom line is that his special effects dinosaurs are truly thrilling, but unfortunately his human characters are not. Sam Neill and Laura Dern play archaeologists lured to a billionaire.
Let me just say, I think Gene Siskel definitely was like a good sort of like counterbalance to Ebert, because he seems to be like slightly more objective.
I never thought. I think neither of them were ever that good to begin with. Both of them it felt like in certain cases, the only reason why they disagree with each other is because one had an opinion and the other had to play devil's advocate.
Right. He's looking for the scientists' endorsement. They're looking at the dinosaurs, and so are we.
Well, we talked the T-Rex to 32 miles an hour.
T-Rex? You said you got a T-Rex?
There you go. Also on the island, a skeptical mathematician played by Jeff Goldblum, the best human character in this movie. He has some of the same adult edge as Spielberg's adult characters in Jaws.
You stood on the shoulders of geniuses to accomplish as fast as you could, and before you even knew what you had, you patented it and packaged it and slapped it on a plastic lunchbox, and now you're selling it. You're going to sell it. Well, I don't think you're giving this out.
What did I miss? Or what did I walk into?
Anthony saying stupid things and just kind of being mildly mask off racist as per usual.
Yeah. Who the hell's that?
We've done a video on him before. Just either watch the stream beforehand or look at the other stream.
Yeah, but your scientists are so preoccupied.
As you might expect in the movies, when man plays God, he loses, and the dinosaurs are soon running free.
The wheeling uniform direction changes just like a flock of birds evading.
Yeah, there's like a lot of like footage from the movie that's
Yeah.
like you really need to be careful here.
I just want to see. Let's see. Yeah.
At the level of the attacks in Jaws, and it has.
Let's go back here, right here.
Jurassic Park has a number of peak thrills at the level of the attacks in Jaws, and it has moments of real wonder. But when the animals are off screen, the film really lags. That wasn't true if you think about it with Jaws, which had 3 marvelous characters hunting the shark. Jurassic Park only had Goldblum.
Wow. Okay. All right.
Okay, we'll save it for later. I just want to get through the video. I want to get through the video.
Thumbs up for me. The action scenes are really enjoyable.
I give a thumbs up too, and also for the action scenes. And I feel that really this movie, though, is a missed opportunity because what he doesn't have here, and what I really missed from a movie by Spielberg like Close Encounters of the Third Kind, is the sense of awe, the sense of majesty. These creatures are back, and it's amazing. And right away, after an opening shot that has a little of that,
Yes, it does.
the movie disintegrates basically into a monster picture where the dinosaurs are chasing everybody, and the people are running away, and there's lots of action and lots of screaming. But really,
Again, I just want to get through the video. I want to get through the video.
any opportunity to really give these creatures to. It's almost like the movie doesn't have any respect for the intelligence of the audience, that they might really be interested in dinosaurs instead of just in the action.
We could have used more scenes. You're right of awe, and that's I think you're just right.
And I think you're right about whether or not it's doing this for kids. And I've talked to some parents who have really prepped their children. They've said, look, the kids in the movie don't get hurt, and the dinosaurs are just special effects, or their animation, or their models. And to a degree, I think you can prepare children for a movie like this. But at the same time, I think there are scenes in this movie that are very intense. Now, it's being aimed at kids. I mean, it's being promoted through dino meals at McDonald's, and a lot of kids are going to want to see this movie. And I think for the little ones, it's going to be too.
I've heard stories.
Strong.
I've heard of parents taking their kids out of the theater.
Okay, that we got only a few minutes left, and I want to find his review on Alien. So now you guys get the floor.
Okay.
So they did sound like really snobby, the upstuck kind of reviewers.
Yeah, like if this film, if Jurassic Park isn't a film that handled like balancing, like having really solid human characters, and while with like maintaining a sense of awe and wonder as well as thrills and horror, I don't know what would. Like Jurassic Park is like it is like the definitive blockbuster.
It is one of the like holy grails of like Hollywood special effects.
Yeah, like the human stuff is just as engaging, as when there's the dinosaur stuff here. Like that, like really, that's hilarious.
Like the human stuff is literally the reason why this movie works so well. Like, how can you say that? Literally, like. If this movie had like a poor cast, it would have just flopped.
Yeah, and to say that the wonder like wears off, once we get to the scary dinosaur sequences like the T-Rex and what have you, it's like that's not true. That's just wrong because there's always like a sense of like wonder, like
you have things like the Gallimimus, which
or like the second Brachiosaurus scene,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like the way the movie is structured, it starts out as great, like pure awe, like wow, this is beautiful. Then it slowly transitions to horror near the end, as the characters start really discussing the implications of creating life from something that hasn't been around for millions of years, and through chaos theory and the fact that you're basically playing God.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that the movie kind of starts with like the scene where the Velociraptor kills the one worker, it kind of preps us for like it is going to be like intense dinosaur stuff, but then you wait like a little bit before you actually see a dinosaur full on screen, and when it happens, it's the Brachiosaurus scene, and it's just like wow, and the film lingers on that for so long at several points with the Brachiosaurus as well as like that Triceratops, that once the T-Rex scene happens, you're caught off guard where it's like, oh yeah, that's right, dinosaurs are scary. Pretty well. It's it's amazing that these things have been brought back. Like essentially life forms that have been extinct for millions and millions of years have just been brought back through like just like this miracle almost. Yeah, pretty much magic. But the film never forgets to make sure to let you know that's like, there is
These are still animals. These are still animals.
Yeah, they're not evil. They're not good or evil. They're animals that just do what they do.
The thing I think is ingenious is with that opening is that they don't show you anything. They don't show you the dinosaur. They just show you some kind of horror beyond comprehension caused by an accident that killed someone. You don't know what it was. You just know some thing was in there. But then it immediately transitions to just normal to everything else. By the time you hit to the Brachiosaur and beyond, you kind of forget about that scene in your head. So once the T-Rex scene starts playing, once it reminds you of the raptors, it reminds you of that scene. You kind of realize, oh, so that's what that thing was at the beginning. And then you realize the way they treat the raptors, they treat them they don't really treat the raptors like animals. They talk about them it comes with the vibes like they're little devils.
Well, they treat them like hyper dangerous animals.
Yeah,
they're more dangerous
I love
than
this comment right here. I even though he doesn't say this here. I was bred to be a movie critic, but where did you learn to critique? On a farm?
Trained my entire life to master my senses.
Trained my whole life to master my critiquing skills of objectivity and subjectivity. Where did you learn to critique? On a farm?
But it's he talks about them not being good, but I felt no, how do I put this? The way they talked about how it's meant doesn't really treat the audience like adults and stuff like that, which is absurd considering the two main characters are paleontologists. And half of their scenes are just them nerding out about dinosaurs and stuff and mentioning all these things. Granted, it might be. I think you can argue that it could have actually kind of gave more context for what they're talking about, how dinosaurs, how, for example, back in the day, people believe sauropods were too big to be able to walk on land, so they were sort of seaborne.
No, they literally do that in the film because remember. Grant's estimating the weight, and Ellie's this thing doesn't live in swamps.
Yeah, but what I mean,
diegetic.
Yeah, I'm just playing devil's advocate. Would the average moviegoer know what the hell that means?
Well,
or not?
Probably actually, because if you're an older person, and then your idea of a sauropod is this swamp dwelling creature, and then you see it walking around so convincingly. Even if you believe it's just a special effect, it is super convincing. And then Ellie being a paleontologist adds legitimacy to the idea. And that's how it helped sort of change the public's perception of dinosaurs, because it takes this idea of a classically held scientific belief and flips it on its head using these special effects.
Fair enough. So you're right, since it was common, how they would perceive it back in the day, because they would probably think there's no way something that big can stay on land, right? And then holy shit, it does. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I also want to look at what they said for aliens too. No one cares, Kate Spade. I know who you are. None of this.
Who?
Why do you not have ad blockers, you caveman?
Who?
Exactly, Unga Bunga. I am caveman. I will smack you with shtick.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
I'll sooner die than not have ad blockers.
What's it called? The past is now, Bugman. Unga Bunga.
You mentioned spaceships. We're back to spaceships again. I'm sorry, Gene, but it's the way it goes. Two of the most successful genres of the last 5 years have been science fiction and horror films, and Alien is both. It's a combination of some of the best space hardware since Star Wars and the most gruesome bug-eyed monster since The Creature from the Black Lagoon. The movie begins aboard a gigantic intergalactic freighter where the crew is in suspended animation until the onboard computer awakens them for an emergency. The captain explains why their mission has been changed.
Well,
I mean,
some of you may have figured out we're not home yet. Only have the
Wars kind of pioneered that idea that a space.
Yeah, I was going in. Yeah.
I think Star Wars kind of pioneered that idea that a spaceship, instead of being all kind of perfect and sterile like the one in 2001, would look more like a gut bucket, like that kind of a tramp freighter. And there's the crew on board. The beacon signal comes from a nearby unexplored planet anyway, and so space regulations require them to land, and they do in one of the movie's really most inspired scenes. They explore a terrifying planetary landscape. They discover an ancient alien spaceship, and they work themselves into a very tight spot while the discoveries are monitored by television back on board. Somebody, an alien creature. You get a wonderful sense there of something that might have been waiting there a long time for somebody to find it. Anyway, they go on board that mysterious ship, and they wind up bringing back an extremely unwelcome guest on board their own ship, an alien creature that's the movie's most original invention. I don't want to give away too much. I'm not giving away too much when I say it's kind of a cross between a squid
and a spider and the thing, and it's not real great to look at because its body is covered with extraterrestrial intestines. And
What the fuck? Where did he get squished from?
Mucous membrane from outer space, and the movie is one of the scariest old-fashioned space operas I can remember.
Well, it did scare me too. I looked away and I was yelling with like a few other people. It's going to hit him on the floor. It's going to come from the ceiling.
It's in the next row. It's behind me in the theater. Right.
But I want to say that, strip away all the beautiful scenery and the evocative weirdness of the picture. What we really have here is basically the haunted house film. Only instead of a wild creature running around in a haunted house, we got a wild creature running around in a spaceship. And so this is not the greatest science fiction film ever made, even though it seems to be doing very well across the country.
I think the combination of horror and science fiction is a very appealing one right now, very commercial. There was one moment, though, when the film does transcend just that horror, haunted spaceship sort of thing. And that scene we just saw, as it goes on a little bit further, they enter that spaceship, they go inside, they find the alien pilot all desiccated from his voyage that might have taken place millions of years ago, and then they go into that big, enormous cavern down below and what they find there and so forth. Gives you a real sense, from the point of view of art direction and everything else, that this could have been an alien ship. It's not just another TV or movie creation.
Yeah, one consumer point. A lot of young people are probably going to want to see this picture. They love horror films. This one's pretty bloody. It is pretty violent. I think a lot of people, adults and kids, are going to be turned off and maybe frightened too much by it. So for young kids, certainly, this is not a picture to go see.
It's R-rated.
Yeah, for a reason.
Yeah, there's a reason for it.
Okay. The craze now for outer space adventure films is so strong, and it's going to get stronger.
At least in this case here, he doesn't say all that much, but considering like what he says about King Kong being essentially the beginning of like films like Alien and Jurassic Park, Ebert never had a high opinion of even American special effects films outside of them being the special effects themselves.
Yeah.
What's it called? Ebert is rolling in his grave because a Godzilla film won an Oscar.
Probably.
Ebert is looking up at us screaming that Godzilla won an Oscar, granted in a category he wouldn't care about. Hey, you still won an Oscar. How many films you win, Ebert? And then the viruses real quick. How tall is G-Rex? 35 meters. 35 meters.
I know T-Rex, but G-Rex?
Yeah, it's the one of my kaiju.
Oh. Which finds its evil in a man's personality seems humanistic by contrast.
In the 50s, the American producer Joseph E. Levin bought the Japanese film, cut it by 40 minutes, removed all of the political content, and awkwardly inserted Burr into scenes where he clearly did not fit. The hapless actor gives us reaction shots where he's looking in the wrong direction, listens to Japanese actors dubbed into the American idiom. They always call him Steve Martin, or even the famous Steve Martin, and provide the...
So, get the fuck out of here. Also, apparently I've heard that this person was involved in like some like fake harassment campaign against another person, so that's fun too. But I've never ever heard Steve Martin referred to as the famous Steve Martin.
I mean, Steve Martin, the actor, yeah, he's been in stuff for sure that a lot of people recognize. I mean, Planes, Trains, and Automobiles being one, and there's others, but in Saturday Night Live as well. But it's like,
but he's only referred to as Mr. Martin in '84, but he's never called like the famous Steve Martin or given that extra amount of relevance.
I'm actually 85.
Yeah.
Tourists.
A reassuring conclusion in which Godzilla is seen as some kind of public health problem, or maybe just a malcontent.
But King Kong is more than a technical achievement. It's also a curiously touching fable in which the beast is seen not as a monster of destruction, but as a
they're
creature
floating
that
between
in
the
its
two,
own
which
way
we'll look through both
wants
of the
to do right
articles.
thing.
In these days of flawless special effects, Godzilla and the city he destroys are equally crude.
Also, we'll just go back to what it just quickly said.
Right thing.
In these days of flawless special effects, Godzilla and the city he destroys
in this era of flawless special effects,
are equally crude.
Yeah, so Ebert, like a lot of people, making terrible comparisons, but that's to be expected with most critics generally.
Godzilla at times looks uncannily like a man in a lizard suit, stomping on cardboard sets, as indeed he was, and did. Other scenes show him as a stuffed, awkward animatronic model. This was not state-of-the-art even at the time. King Kong 1933 was much more convincing.
Unlike the extraterrestrial spiders in the Alien pictures, which embody single-minded aggression, Kong cares for his captive human female, protects her, attacks only when provoked, and would be perfectly happy to be left alone on his specific island. It is the greed of a Hollywood showman that unleashes Kong's rage, and anyone who thinks to exhibit the beast on a New York stage in front of a live audience deserves what he gets, indeed more than he gets.
This is a bad movie, but it has earned its place in history, and the enduring popularity of Godzilla and other monsters shows that it struck a chord.
Even for its slow start, wooden acting, and wall-to-wall screaming, there is something ageless and primeval about King Kong that still somehow works.
So
acting and
I also love like right here at the end where they're trying to essentially show the dichotomy between how he will lavish King Kong versus Godzilla, but at the end right here, Ebert still never had a high opinion of King Kong, and all his compliments are really backhanded. So
if Godzilla and other struck a chord.
Even allowing for its slow start, wooden acting, and wall-to-wall screaming.
Slow start, wall-to-wall screaming.
There is some
shows that it struck a chord.
Even allowing for its slow start, wooden acting, and
Slow start,
wall-to-wall
wooden
screaming,
acting,
there
and
is something
wall-to-wall
ageless and
screaming.
primeval about King Kong that still somehow works.
I think that literally, because also we'll go into these right here.
I'm sorry. I'm just so tilted about that special effect, but there are special effects comment there about the original 54. Sorry, he talking about how like it was like not even state of the art of the time, which is a completely not only an unfair assessment, but for like so many different reasons. The film had like a barely ain't a budget compared to a Hollywood budget movie, which put a lot more money and a whole bunch of stuff into their films compared to 54, which they wanted to do stop motion, but obviously that would have taken 7 years. So they said, all right, I got an idea. What if we just made a guy in a suit and have him stomp around in the city? And then they had to go through a whole fiasco, basically creating a completely new genre of special effects.
Mm-hmm. So like right here, it's like, and it's the hammy act. So first hammy acting. It came on my title is curious touching fail that we've already seen.
Also, to Kaiju Kuru's comment, was Ebert just not as good at his job as people say he was? Yes. You missed the part of him being completely wrong about Jurassic Park.
Mm-hmm. So, will shift uneasily seats. Modern viewers will shift uneasily in the seats during the stereotyping of the islanders in this scene. Okay. It seems like anytime someone reviews King Kong in a modern sense, they will inevitably bring that up and add nothing to it.
Yeah.
And here's the thing is that, like, he mentions here the flaw in the stop motion where the fur is moving because of the stop motion animation, but he says it's oddly effective, but it doesn't explain how it's oddly effective outside of explaining what is the actual error in the shots and what was the filmmaker's reasoning to hide this error. And then talking about the censorship here. Use machine movements as blah, blah, blah. So the first time is blah, sense. It's like most of this is like a history lesson you could look at on Wikipedia, but even at the start of his review, he says on good days, he says Citizen Kane is a seminal film of the sound era, and on bad days, it's King Kong. So immediately starting with a negative, and then trying to qualify your negative with trying to be like, well, it's not that I dislike it. It's just that like you really have to be a film fan to appreciate something like Citizen Kane, the psychological puzzle. But I want to look at what everything that's said about Godzilla here, and we'll just read through it. Regaled for 50 years with a stupendous odyssey of the American version of Godzilla, audiences can now see the original Japanese version, which was equally idiotic but properly decoded. Was the Fahrenheit 9/11 of its time. Both films come after fearsome attacks on the nations, embody urgent warnings, and even incorporate similar dialogue, such as the report is of such dire importance it must not be made public. Is that from 1984 Tokyo or 2004 Washington? Oh yeah, so what's it called? This review comes out around the time Final Wars had been made, but like, okay, I guess. The first Godzilla set box office reference in Japan inspired countless sequels, remakes, and ripoffs. It was made shortly after an American H-bomb test in the Pacific contaminated a large area of the ocean, gave radiation sickness to Bolo, Japanese fishermen. It refers repeatedly to Nagasaki H-bombs and civilian capture, and obviously embodies Japanese fears about American nuclear tests. But as not the movie you have seen. For one, it doesn't star Raymond Burr as Steve Martin, intrepid American journalist who helpfully explains, I was headed for an assignment in Cairo when I dropped off for a social call in Tokyo in the 50s. The American producer, John, bought the horn, cut it by. So we've already seen this. American version. The Japanese version, now in general U.S. release market films with the anniversary, is a bad film, but with undeniable urgency. I learned from helpful notes by Mike Flores of the Section Film Society that the opening scenes showing fishing boats disappearing and the sea wolves would have read by Japanese audiences coded version of U.S. underwater H-bomb test, or the Lucky Dragon number 5 incident, which is one of the things that started, that was the reason why Godzilla was made, which made a science doctor who could destroy Godzilla's secret, but hesitates because he's afraid the weapon might fall into the wrong hand, just say short might have. The film's ending warrants he talks to submitted more Godzilla's all cut from the US version. In these days of flawless special effects in 2004, but neither here nor there. So try to compare Godzilla to modern day films like that is an unfair comparison. When I shares to the fiance of his.
So this
is even wrong here. When Dr. Serizawa demonstrates the oxygen destroyer to the fiance of his son. Wow. That's literally just wrong.
Wow. Come on. Wait, okay,
also, I forget how old Ebert was in 2004. I know he was pretty old at that point. And then obviously I remember he suffered from that one disease that essentially ate away at his jaw and stuff. So if I recall correctly, and this is hearsay, and I'm probably misremembering, but I thought even later films either were kind of notes that he made or came out from other people writing reviews for him. But yeah,
you didn't have anybody proofread some of this.
He drops a pill into a tank of tropical fish. The tank lights up and he shouts, "Stand back!" The fiance screams and the fish go belly up. Yeah, that'll stop Godzilla in his tracks. Well, kind of does. And again, when Dr. Serizawa demonstrates the oxygen destroyer to the fiance of his son.
So what?
Okay.
So he was just all right then.
I know that anyway more than just his jaw grow, but I knew that it also left him wheelchair bound. It essentially made him unable to essentially do anything, even write a review. So that's what I'm curious.
Yeah, didn't he have
it's completely valid whether or not you agree with them or they're from an outside perspective. You should go over it. Well, I disagree with that. Let's keep going. Reporters screaming Godzilla's advance are rarely seen in the same shot with the monster. Still seen though. Instead, they look off screen with horror. A TV reporter broadcasting for some reason from his station's tower sees Godzilla illuminating her eye, signs off siren. Meanwhile, searchlights sweep the sky in case Godzilla learns to fly, or they're sweeping the skyline because Godzilla is above, at the skyline. Okay. The movie's original Japanese dialogue subtitle is a harebrained as birds dub lines. How? When Japanese parallel meets in what looks like a high school homeroom. I wish that my homeroom was that big and cool looking. The dialogue is but circular. It provides an interesting question. We need scientific research. Yes, what it costs? Yes, that's the question. Is there a reason to see the original Godzilla? Not because of its artistic stature, but perhaps because of the feeling we can sense in its parable about the monstrous threats unleashed by the atomic age. There are shots of Godzilla's victims in the hospital. They reminded me of documentaries of Japanese A-bomb victims. The competence of scientists, politicians, and military will ring a bell. This is a bad movie, but it has earned its place in history, and the enduring popularity of Godzilla and other monsters shows that it struck a chord. Can it be coincidence in these years of trauma after 9/11 that a 2005 remake, King Kong, will once again march on New York? Okay. Roger Ebert, blah, 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 blah. Hansel's death in 2013. So, wow. Actually, interestingly enough, that means that this isn't that far off from his death, actually. Because if this was in 2004, that means it's 9 years before he died. So, actually, I'm just curious. What disease did Roger Ebert have? Thyroid cancer. In 2002, Ebert was diagnosed with thyroid cancer. He required treatment, which included removal of a section of his lower jaw in 2006. Oh, okay. So it wasn't until 2006 to where he where that.
So 2 years after like that article was.
2 years after the article. Okay.
So like, why are we reviewing the opinions of some dead guy, some dead critic who's probably not had a relevant opinion in like.
The reason is because Anthony's point is that Americans were biased against kaiju movies and Godzilla movies and using Roger Ebert solely as
as like a mouthpiece, as authority figure.
Yeah, as like the authority figure for like all American critics.
I mean, to be fair, there was a noticeable bias.
There's a bias that goes without saying, but like using Ebert and his cult of personalities as an end-all be-all for American critiques on monster films when you had things like Fangoria and Famous Monsters of Filmland coming out as contemporaries. So there were more people talking about these monster films outside of these critic circles feels disingenuous and probably is disingenuous because
maybe a little bit, but
no, it definitely is.
Yeah, it is.
Because you have obviously things like King Kong, the Black Gorilla, which is like only talking about King Kong and racism for like several pages. Of course, it's more of a contemporary piece, but still, like this idea that like King Kong itself is viewed with like any love in academic circles is hilarious. Because like you go to film school or like you go to a film class and you talk about like great black and white films. If you bring up King Kong, the only things people are going to talk about is usually the racism, and that's just about it.
PTSD to something productive. Jesus Christ.
Isn't Ebert a famous movie critic? Ebert's a famous movie critic, but that doesn't mean everyone shared Ebert's opinions about everything.
Well, here's the thing. He was a famous movie critic.
Yeah. Actually, let's see. Views of Godzilla, King of the Monsters.
Like I know like a lot of people didn't like. I mean, I don't know, but I just never really found most people really saying anything in a genuinely positive light about it that's outside of like the fandom circle until like the last decade. Most of the time.
Turn to Reddit. Godzilla, a Japanese film, is at state. As though there are not enough monsters coming from Hollywood, an organization that calls itself Jewel Enterprises has had to import ones from Japan. It's a great, scaly prehistoric creature reactivated by H-bomb test, and it goes by the name of Godzilla. It was introduced to at Louis State yesterday. To say that this oriental monster is fantastic is to state but half the case. Godzilla produced in a Japanese studio is an incredibly awful film. It looks as though its Japanese producers insisted by a stray American fellow named Terry Morris, who's an alum of Hollywood's Poverty Row, made a close study of the old film King Kong, then tried to do substantially the same thing with a miniature of a dinosaur made of gumshoes. It was about $20 worth of toy buildings and electric chains. This idea is that this monster, which exhales atomic breath, much as the cigarette billboard in Times Square blows out puffs of smoke, takes upon itself for no clear reason to destroy Tokyo. And a good half hour of picture, 80 minutes, is devoted to this pursuit. Among the mildly horrified observers is the American actor Raymond Burr, who gives a running account of the proceedings for his news agency. All the other observers are local actors whose English dialogue was plainly dubbed, and some several hundred or 1,000 Japanese extras who knew nothing about run and scream. The whole thing is in the category of cheap cinematic horror stuff, and it is too bad that a respectable theater has little children and gullible grown-ups with such fare. So, in this case, bad review, but also doesn't really see King Kong as being much better, in all honesty. I want to see if I can find any other contemporary reviews outside of this one. That's the one I've always seen. And reviews off screen. Rotten Tomatoes, we can find almost anywhere. Yeah. That's probably also a contemporary review as well. Ooh.
Now I think about it. I wonder like how much of that bad impression I wonder how much of that bad a lot of black publicity Godzilla kind of had for like a while before like modern age came from like generally just like bad I forgot the word, but like stuff like the original Godzilla King of the Monsters and 98 and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Just like
this one only shows like a synopsis from like the first bit, as it doesn't really talk about the review itself. Yeah, renewal. And this is probably just the own person's, this blogger's thoughts on the matter. So, English press for Godzilla. So I've seen that before. I know there's also big act. We can look at big action bills. This Bosley Crowther was a massive. He was a massive. But we can remove these right here. We can finally get back to the actual video, which are still only 12. We're only 12. What'd you say?
I
didn't. Potato left?
Yeah.
They'll probably pop back in a second.
Yeah.
Almost a century since The Lost World came out, all of it's on the table. There's a lot of films we're just going to make big, broad statements about. Because, again, we can't talk about every single giant monster film of all time. There's going to be 1,000 you can think of. I'm not going to mention the North Korean kaiju film.
I'm not going to mention the North Korean monster film, but immediately begin to talk about the North Korean monster film.
28, famous South Korean director Shin Sang-uk and his wife Choi Eun-hee were abducted by the North Korean government. For the next 8 years, they were forced to make propaganda films. Until 1986, where they finally managed to escape to the US. One such propaganda film is 1989, Dinosaur, a giant monster film produced by Kim Jong-il.
I'm not going to talk about The Giant Claw, a film that was so bad the lead actors after the premiere went to the bar to get drunk. No, I can't talk about them all because there's so many films. What I can talk about are the broad strokes of history. What fears represent?
There are videos that have talked about them all, even in brief snippets.
Yeah.
So
the whole stuff with the giant claw, I've already you can pretty much literally find Cinemassacre's like video on the giant claw.
That's the thing is that he does show a clip from a Cinemassacre video in this his.
God damn it!
The cross-cultural exchange between America and Japan and the surrounding countries around them. Let's start. So let's look at the first couple of true monster films, The Lost World and King Kong. Both focus on isolated environments where dinosaurs and megafauna are allowed to proliferate with minimal interference from the modern man. And this overlaps a lot with old adventure serials. It has more in common with Edgar Rice Burroughs or even Lovecraft than anything else.
Yeah. So, you know why? It's actually it's really easy because the Lost World book. And it's going to show right there, 1912. That's when the Lost World book came out. And then At the Earth's Core comes out in 1914. So there's literally a 2-year difference between At the Earth's Core and the Lost World. So yes, it shares a lot with these old serials because it literally, its source material comes from that era. And for Lovecraft's sake, we'll do Call of Cthulhu as well.
In fact, you can also draw a lot of comparisons with the Lost World and some of Jules Verne's stuff.
Verne is a little bit earlier. He's in like the 1800s because Call of Cthulhu is a little bit later in the 20s. We'll do Strange the Center of the Earth in 1864.
Yeah.
Because actually, if you're looking at like dinosaur adventure serials, you have things like The Lizard from 1898. The Monster of Lake Lemaitre, which is from 1899, Slaying at the Plesiosaurs, 1903, The Monster of Pat Ridge Creek from 08, Last Haunt of the Dinosaurs, 08, The Lizard God from 1920, Beast of the Youngest, 1927. So like all the way up until the 50s, you do get things like these adventure serials because that was the predominant form of this kind of sci-fi media at the time.
Yeah. And that's just dinosaurs. That's not even getting into things like the myths, like the ancient myths, like the Odyssey and that kind of stuff.
Unlike anything we've seen before. But ultimately, nature. It is nature that we have untapped. Not a human culture, not some ancient civilization, but the untapped limitations and extensions of nature itself. And honestly, there is some real life backing for this idea. At the time, people had still not explored every part of the map yet, and adventurers would travel to places unknown at their own peril. John Franklin's doomed voyage to the Northwest Passage, a route that went north of Britain.
So real quick, those series were written by young Earth creationists. They believe that there was one underneath the ground and burst out to make those fun. That's how the Hollow Earth was made. Edgar Rice Burroughs never believed that, and I don't think Verne was particularly religious. And I know Lovecraft was a staunch materialist, and despite living in New England, was not particularly religious by any standpoint. And although he never published a Hollow Earth story, he did have a Hollow Earth story working around in his mind that he did write down the idea for in his commonplace journal. So were there some who were? Probably yes. Were they all? No. So that's not true.
Britain, Greenland, and Canada led ultimately to the deaths of an entire crew of sailors. That story was recounted in the show The Terror, if that sounds familiar to you. Explorers spoke of dragons on the island of Komodo and ape men in the heart of the Congo. Now, of course, we know these to just be undiscovered animals, but this stuff captured the imagination. Like, what else was there that we didn't know? And I know I mentioned Lovecraft, but let's put him aside for a second. Most of these monsters weren't beyond human comprehension. They weren't Cthulhu. They were just really big things that we already knew about to some extent. Dinosaurs, giant apes, maybe not tentacled elder gods, but they were sort of these unbelievable things that boggled the mind. Their function in the story was essentially twofold. One,
file your tax.
It was to file taxes, guys. The government hates you.
No. Here's the thing: when they went to the Arctic,
They went to file taxes.
No, in Arctic Circle, what they actually found was Megatron.
Hi, Megatron.
things that boggled the mind. Their function in the story was essentially twofold. One, it forced man to go somewhere they had not yet colonized. And two, it made people vulnerable. They were out of their element. They were now at a place where they could be equalized with nature, where their guns and their arsenal were no longer all that helpful, where battleships could not travel. And our arrogance.
It's interesting that he says that when, in a lot of cases, he's also putting Lovecraft aside, and when Lovecraft is a big influence on a lot of these monster movies as well, but for some reason isn't including them, because in a lot of cases, the horror doesn't come because people go to a remote location. It comes to them directly, like The Shadow over Innsmouth being a really good example of that. And then The Doom That Came to Sarnath is another one where you don't actually you don't deal with modern humans, but like the idea that the humans aren't taken out of their element. They are in their element and they're still destroyed for it, which The Doom That Came to Sarnath in a lot of ways is kind of like a proto-Godzilla, or anything from
Color Out of Space.
Color Out of Space, yep. That's where the horror comes to them. Reanimator is another one that's the horror is the result of dealing with science and like being in like not remote places. Dagon being like an exception. Call of Cthulhu 2 to an extent, as in Call of Cthulhu they have to go to a relay, and in Dagon's case there's the island that they end up going to, or that the main character ends up going to because he's shipwrecked.
I mean, wouldn't over be a similar thing where it's like the character has to go to Innsmouth and survive there?
We has to go to Innsmouth, and Innsmouth is a like secluded town, but Innsmouth is still part of Massachusetts, so it's not like there is some like it's not like some island off the coast of Massachusetts or somewhere that we've never been to before. Innsmouth is a location in America.
Oh, okay.
Same thing as like the horror Red Hook, anything that happens in Kingsport. Like there's a lot of stories where there's horror and creatures that are lurking around in mainland America. And then like even in like Howard's case, even though his stuff is usually more fantasy, and he does have creatures that are more off to the side, like some of the things that Solomon Kane encounters in Africa, you still have what are still like generally civilized places with monsters lurking around at those borders.
Thinking that we could conquer this thing. It would always lead to destruction of our own cities. We could bring it back. We could bring a Brontosaurus back with us. We could bring a giant ape back with us, and it would just blow up in our face. Now, what's interesting is that if you watch these old films, the animals are still treated ultimately like animals. King Kong, while humanized in later adaptations, is still a great ape here. He acts instinctually. His motives are reasonable. They're simple but reasonable. And he's ultimately just a giant creature who was the apex predator in his area, brought somewhere else. It's entirely fantasy. I think Mighty Joe Young, which came out like a decade or so later, is another really great example of Willis O'Brien special effects and some great examples where monsters would kind of go in some extent, where these more humanoid monsters would be humanized, treated sympathetically directly in the narrative of the plot. King Kong is still sympathetic in the film, yes, but not to the same extent that he is directly empathized with by the audience and director as Mighty Joe Young is in his film.
See Mighty Joe Young, enraged by Hollywood pranksters, destroy Filmland's swankiest nightclub on the fabulous Sunset Strip.
But by that point, we'd kind of seen that play out before. It's also worth noting that around the same time as King Kong came out, there were accounts such as the Loch Ness Monster. You know, Loch Ness Monsters, that was always accounted for to some extent. There was always legends of something there, but the first account of this long-necked creature living in Loch Ness came from a couple who had just left a screening of King Kong. Yeah, look it up. It's telling. 1933, that's when Loch Ness really, when that mania around the monster really kicked off. It's because...
Yeah, so... Yeah, it's right here. So through the local myths and legends, there's always been tales of something strange in Loch Ness. It's almost verbatim what he said in his video. In fact, tales of the water horse and Loch Ness go back to Pictish times. But this particular saying that gained greatest attention. Our regular blogger, William Cameron, has a theory why. He said, firstly, the new road along the loch side was opened in 1933. Prior to that, all traffic came by boat down loch from Inverness to the east or Fort Williams to the west through the Caledonian Canal. Secondly, we had come out of the Great War 100 years ago. People had a little more leisure time to read and go to the movies. Big thing, particularly in the U.S., the movie which took America by storm. The month both Adelaide and McKay's sightings of Loch Ness was King Kong. Instead of a giant gorilla pounding the streets in New York and taking from his habitat on Skull Island, where numerous prehistoric creatures were living. He continued, this film captured the public's imagination and caused them to question if there could be areas in the world where these creatures existed. Earlier, two relevant books had also been published. One, published in 1912, was called Lost World. A little earlier. 33 to that's 21 years. I think like at least no, I think just Minecraft World. That's I think older than you. That's a whole person's life between the Lost World and King Kong.
Yeah.
725 for Arkansas, but also for King Kong. Kitchen on a Man, Edgar Rice Burroughs. It's really interesting that he talks about the Lost World being more related to Tarzan, but in this article, which he references, he doesn't even mention the land that time forgot, which is right here. Okay. But as well as also, it doesn't even say that, yes, they were thinking about King Kong when they saw their sighting. It's more like, oh, it coincidentally could be because they were around the same time that they were influenced by King Kong. Okay. I'm also reading these looking at them now, so that was more disappointing.
Wasn't the first sighting of the Loch Ness Monster more so like a blob leech creature?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
The first widely publicized, yeah, so showing this one here. Okay, let's do this one and so for strange. Well, the strange water monster appears in ancient texts from the 6th century AD. This describes a art by the Irish monk St. Columba, seen near the mouth of the river Ness. Columba, upon hearing of a monster, thoughtfully sent one of his companions to test out the river. On seeing the monster, Columba descended the cross and managed to creature to Loch Ness. Since then, so it's just that right there. And short resistance for anecdotal. So it's probably like earlier sightings, clearly of the Loch Ness Monster, but like the one that like establishes the idea of what the Loch Ness Monster looks like is the 33 sighting.
Yeah. Last week, Japanese scientists placed explosive detonators at the bottom of the Lake of Loch Ness to blow Nessie out of the water.
People watched King Kong and wanted to see those great unknown creatures living among them.
A recent expedition placed a high-speed camera underwater. A sonar device would trigger as the shutter on the camera recorded the passing of any large creature. The camera took these two pictures. Is this the fin of a plesiosaur?
Matilingalimbe, which is in, I think, the Congo, is another long-necked creature. These explorers brought a book to the Congo, opened it up, and the natives were like, oh, this long-necked thing looks like something we saw in the swamp. Could have been rhinoceros, they might have seen, who knows. But explorers immediately thought, there's a dinosaur.
Another unexplained creature is said to inhabit Lake Telly in the African Congo. Located 450 miles inside the smothering jungle, Lake Telly is largely unexplored. The natives say they've seen an animal that resembles a brontosaurus. In 1981, explorer Herman Regusters reported that the natives could identify pictures of an animal they called Mokili Mabembe.
These creatures inspired real-world myths and legends from film. You probably wouldn't even make a connection between King Kong and Loch Ness, but there you go. And they were trying to capitalize on it. Son of Kong came out shortly after King Kong, and the film failed to really capture the same imaginations that the original did because it's cheaper.
Oh yeah. Oh boy, did it.
Yeah.
Imaginations that the original did because it's cheaper and not as good. But then where does King Kong appears in Edo fit into this? Where does that come into play? Well, that's very different. For one, it's not about King Kong at all. It just has the name King Kong in the title. The film is actually a historical samurai film, and it was a silent film that was broken up into two parts. And it's about this criminal who kidnapped the daughter of this very rich man as an act of revenge, and also to make a ransom on the girl. Now, he does this by sending his pet ape, who is called Kong, who's called King Kong, he nicknames him, out to capture the girl. And King Kong, and this was played by a human actor in makeup and costumes, and it was essentially the first kaiju film Japan put out. It was a ripoff of King Kong to some extent, but also a very familiar story.
I think for everyone who's been here for a while, we already know that the Great Buddha Arrival does predate this King Kong appears in Edo movie. But even then, like what he's mentioning here isn't even accurate to like what we see in the Wikipedia article either, or like anywhere else that mentions King Kong appears in Edo.
Historical drama. It was a samurai film. Eventually, things spiral out of control, and the ape kills the rich man, but is himself killed. And the criminal guy gets away with everything and walks away a little bit richer. The girl gets saved. Happy ending all around for the most part. Well, not happy ending, but typical for a samurai story. Some of the stories are very depressing, might add. It's debatable whether or not the King Kong in this movie was a giant ape or could shapeshift and get bigger and smaller. Some claim the director was trying to just directly capitalize on King Kong entirely and release these fake production stills, because these production stills are the only things we have of the film today, where they have the ape and he's holding up the girl in his hand. And he's like a massive, massive creature, maybe substantially bigger than King Kong in America. So people were for a while thinking, oh, maybe it's just faked for the film, maybe because the way it's written, it sounds like just a normal ape. But then there was an interview with Unosuke Kabiyama, who's later known as Fuminori Ohashi. He helped create the effects of the ape in this film. And he would later go on to do the effects in Godzilla and Kamen Rider and many, many others. But in a 1988 interview, he clarified that he made a suit for a quote-unquote giant gorilla.
Yeah, so we'll just read this. This one was made in two halves. First part titled Appeared in Edo was released in this time. While the second part, The King Kong Appeared in Edo, was released this time. Based on plot synopsis, promotion, many believe the ape is referred to as King Kong in the title only. So that's probably not even a King Kong film. This leads some to believe that Zensho, the company behind it, was trying to capitalize on King Kong's 1930 reissue by promoting the ape as a giant, which is essentially the same thing as what the other King Kong film from 1933 was also trying to do. Suit creator Ryusuke Kawayama stated in an 1988 interview, the first model making to be kind of a special art direction Japanese cinema was a giant gorilla, which I did for the movie The King Kong that appeared in Edo 50 years ago. It was also the first movie to feature certain kinds of special effects. With a statement that there seems to be some contradiction over the actual size of the titular character. Granted, we don't know, like he says, was a giant gorilla. We don't know whether or not, like, by giant, he means like bigger than like a normal gorilla or a giant monster or anything of the sort. There's so much conjecture that can be made, and since he's also talking about how like, oh, a bunch of white people came to the Congo and pointed to like pictures of a sauropod, and they're like, oh yeah, that's like our Mokili Mabembe. That's essentially what he's doing here with this information. He's like, well, one person who did work on the Godzilla series said that he made a suit for King Kong appears in Edo, which he says is a giant gorilla. What that means isn't elaborated on. So, and the theory about the citation only comes from James Rolfe and maybe a few others, but James Rolfe being the only one who's credited here, and that's the only person I can think of where it's credited to with like any certainty or like relevance.
Gorilla, which kind of leads into the fact that maybe King Kong was this giant kaiju that the criminal just happened to tame.
And does Kong change size? In some of these images, he seems to be the same size as a person, and other times he's giant. It's really weird.
That's about it for now, though. What happens is there's a big decade in the 40s where monster movies don't really show up a lot. I mean, there's the universal cycle of monsters, sure, but that's a bit of a big stretch. Mighty Joe Young again.
Well, that's still monster movies.
Yeah.
So, like, even though they're not giant monster movies, like, the ideas of Frankenstein on screen is what ultimately prompts the creation of King Kong versus Frankenstein that becomes King Kong versus Godzilla. So, like, commenting on that should have a little bit more relevance.
But the kaiju
giant monsters, we still have characters like the Arctic Giant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Arctic Giant being from 1942.
50s, with the 30s kind of being sort of the foundational building blocks that would build to something bigger. In particular, Willis O'Brien, who during Mighty Joe Young was training his protege, Ray Harryhausen. And in the 50s, Ray Harryhausen really took off. And he took off in a big way, really fast. What's America afraid of in the 1950s? Well, they're afraid of atomic weapons. This is the atomic era. We're scared of nuclear radiation. We're scared of aliens coming from space. And we'll get to aliens later. They're just reoccurring throughout this whole story. The radiation, we believe, is going to cause animals that we're familiar with to get mutated in some fashion.
We're born in that swirling inferno of radioactive dust, where things so horrible, so terrifying, so hideous. There is no word to describe them.
We got the beginnings of a new genre of film, the sci-fi monster picture. And we get a lot of alien invasion stuff. We got Roger Corman coming in with all his cheap but effective matinee films, his B-movies. But I think The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms kickstarted the 50s cycle of the giant monster movie.
In a state of suspended animation are the awesome creatures, and under certain conditions, a nuclear explosion can free one from his icy tomb.
Because we got some radiation films, we got the Quatermass Experiment, we got some alien films, we got Day the Still, and the Pod People from Invasion of the Bystanders. But the thing was, they were all human scaled. They were not massive monsters like we got in The Beast of 20,000 Fathoms, because how are they going to do that? Well, turns out, stop motion. And I think Beast of 20,000 Fathoms is very interesting because this particular film laid the groundwork that Godzilla would later take. Godzilla is this massive success, but Beast of 20,000 Fathoms, it's a really good one-off film, but didn't really inspire a whole lot of sequels. It's based on the Ray Bradbury story called The Foghorn. And it's
which even that has some contention with it as well, because it was more that like the accounts of some people seeing the Saturday Evening Post and then seeing The Foghorn, which later led to The Beast, are contended because the film was already in production before the Saturday Evening Post was ever seen by any of the people in the film, and then it was the name that was taken. So, like, yes, Bradbury was brought in later on when Ray, who was friends with Ray, showed him what he was working on, but, like, that's something that's also technically not accurate either.
Is it just me, or did my Godzilla short story, Godzilla Phantom of War, like that we discussed during one of our pitch streams, like, was like somehow like in scope, like had this as like a ghost inspiration?
Yeah. Well, no, even remember when we were doing the pitches, someone in the chat mentioned that it resembles the Foghorn.
Ah, okay, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Really powerful movie about a giant dinosaur that's unlocked thanks to atomic testing. It's like frozen in the ice, and the atomic bombs go off, and it frees this beast from beneath sheets of ice. It's a prehistoric creature of untold danger. But where is it different from Godzilla? Because again, Godzilla is also about atomic testing, awakening up some ancient monster from beneath the surface of the earth. But it really differs in three key ways: the realism, the tone, and the resolution of the plot. Now, I'm not going to pretend that Beast of 20,000 Fathoms is a particularly realistic film. It's a movie about a dinosaur that's defrosted and goes on a rampage. It's pretty goofy. But what happens is the creature, which is a dinosaur called the Retrosaurus, I don't think it's a real dinosaur at all, it swims from the Arctic to America. And it attacks buildings like lighthouses that it perceives as a threat. It attacks the vehicles. It feeds on humans, but it's not a fantasy creature. It functions like a real animal, so to speak. It's looking for its nesting grounds. It's looking for its home that's been, covered up by society. And it's actually funny. You watch the movie, the beast is actually following the roads. It's walking down the paths opened up to it. It's not smashing through every building. It's looking for the path of least resistance, like an animal might. Also, unlike Godzilla, bullets and explosions, you can blow it up. But there's a catch, because they actually figured out maybe instead of having it be indestructible, the reason you don't shoot at the Retrosaurus is because its body is filled with prehistoric microbial life.
Well, the other thing too that's interesting is he's like, oh yeah, unlike Godzilla, you can destroy the beast, when he'll also praise Shin Godzilla later on the line, who was hurt by bunker buster bombs, which granted, they're an upgrade to the normal Moabs that we don't have actual real world equivalents to, since they're upgraded as MOP 2s. In Shin Godzilla, but still, I just find that a small, interesting tidbit.
Wasn't the Retrosaurus killed by unconventional means?
Yeah, that's the other thing too. Is that in the film they mentioned that they would need a certain caliber to even pierce its skull, and they injure it with one shot, and then the Retrosaurus is able to escape, and because of the pathogen, that's why they aren't able to pursue it. So then they have to use the isotope, which is they're able to inject because of the wound that was the creature sustained.
Yeah, wasn't it like a bazooka that made the injury?
Yeah,
or something. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So like not the same as like a tank or a plane, but like using more heavy arms compared to like just regular bullets and bombs and stuff.
Mm-hmm. that the bacteria living in the dinosaur, when released into the atmosphere, can cause a massive infectious wave. So they can't shoot the dinosaur because shooting it will lead it to bleed, and by bleeding, it's going to maybe kickstart a pandemic or an epidemic of some kind. And it's because of that, they got to figure out new ways to stop it. They got to get creative with how they stop the dinosaur, and they do. They ultimately create a very unstable isotope, which they launch into the creature to give it radiation poisoning. Radiation is not so much the threat, it is the solution. It started the problem, but it also can solve the problem. Because after all, Godzilla is indestructible. Godzilla cannot be stopped by conventional means. You cannot blow up.
Well, the Brachiosaurus also need an unconventional mean to solve, because had the isotope not been invented, then the Retrosaurus wouldn't have been able to be defeated, because the Retrosaurus would have kept bleeding and caused a pathogen to keep going further.
Godzilla. You cannot restrain Godzilla. You cannot, all your nukes, all your electric fences, all your artillery shells, it cannot stop Godzilla.
Real quick, he says,
Godzilla cannot be stopped by conventional means. You cannot blow up Godzilla. You cannot restrain Godzilla. You cannot, all your nukes, all your electric fences.
Says that the electric fences can't stop Godzilla, but is upset about the changes to King Kong versus Godzilla. When in King Kong versus Godzilla, that's also the film that has Godzilla be able to be stopped by electric wiring, which he is unfazed by in the first film. So, okay, but he said the Americans were the ones that had like weird changes to a movie when good old Anthony.
Where do you think that would have come from?
Japan. Oh, Japan.
Exactly. All your artillery shells, it cannot stop Godzilla. Reach 20,000 fathoms, it can be stopped, but doing so hurts you in return. The military succeeds in one, but in the other, the cost of defeating Godzilla is far, far greater.
Also, it's not because of the military that the Retrosaurus is defeated. It's because of Nesbitt convincing other experts to believe in something that goes against their entire scientific worldview. The idea of a still living dinosaur is seen as preposterous by the paleontologist of the film. It's only by convincing him, and that guy also sacrificing his life, that they even know about the Retrosaurus, because had he not been able to convince anyone, then the Retrosaurus would have made landfall in New York without preparation. The army would have fought it, and more than likely wouldn't have even known to use an isotope to deal with the Retrosaurus. So it's not the military alone that defeats the Retrosaurus. It's a mixture of science and the military, which he also says later on, but for some reason he wants to paint as this dynamic between, in American films it's the army that defeats the monster, and in a Japanese film it's like super deep because the cost is great, and like you totally would understand, guys. Nesbitt is the male lead, Mr. Nesbitt. Tom Nesbitt.
The only way to stop Godzilla in the original 1954 film is by using a weapon known as the oxygen destroyer. The oxygen destroyer is a weapon stronger than the atomic bomb. It doesn't simply destroy buildings, create an explosive wave of force, radiation. It destroys all life in the surrounding area, period. Just gone. And the scientist who creates it is so horrified by the power of the oxygen destroyer that when he uses it only once to stop Godzilla, he cuts his lifeline and perishes with his weapon and with the threat it stopped, so that no one can recreate it or use it a second time. But unlike, say, Beast 20,000 Fathoms, which ends on a note of the military won, humanity is saved thanks to great ingenuity, it ends with a warning that if we're not careful, we might awaken another Godzilla.
Yeah, I mean, it's more overstated in 54 versus the Beast from 20,000 Fathoms. But even in the little blurb they talk about the Beast from 20,000 Fathoms, they talk about the continued testing being what would awaken other monsters. It's just in 54 it's more directly stated in film.
Yeah.
Pushed further, lest you destroy everything. Whereas in America, radiation saves the day. Good old radiation.
Credit for this primeval specimen should go to Ray Harryhausen and Willis Cook, special and technical effects men who've rigged an awesome apparition seemingly the size of the Paramount building, as destructive as a hydrogen bomb and as incredible as, say, a Rhedosaurus. The script, on the other hand, is about as close to reality as King Kong. But despite more than a suspicion of palaver, it generates a fair portion of interest and climactic excitement is the beast, first reported by Paul Christian as a nuclear physicist who's understandably thought to be a mite daft by his associates, makes its way down from Baffin Bay to its original home, the deep's 150 miles off New York. Although a heap of questions remain unanswered and a lot more are wrapped in pseudoscientific jargon, the tremendous invader finally is killed with the help of a contingent of GIs armed with bazookas and a radioactive isotope.
This is the big...
So, like, even in that review right there, they're exceptionally still pretty backhanded complimenting this movie. Like, everything doesn't make sense, but, you know, the monster is pretty cool. So, yeah, we like this movie.
Yeah.
Big difference. Beast 20,000 Fathoms is a movie about a problem that the military and scientists work together to solve. It's, in short, a film about society coming together to stop something gigantic and dangerous. Godzilla is a film about inevitability. And
I mean, same thing happens in Godzilla. It's just, you know, a little bit more dour. So I'm not sure why he will then go into this like super flowery description of Godzilla's ending, which does the same thing.
And death. You cannot stop Godzilla. You cannot rationalize with it. You cannot understand it. Death is coming. And even staving off nuclear Armageddon only means bringing worse evils into the world. And even then, even if you stop Godzilla, it does not end the threat of the monster. As we see in later films, of course, and this informs our read of the first Godzilla film, the oxygen destroyer does indeed bring about worse evils. Much, much later on in the film's continuity, yes. But this weapon, still we feel the ramifications of later on in later entries in the series. It should be noted, of course, that Harryhausen believed.
Such as, besides Destroyer, what would those be?
Godzilla to be a complete.
How to make it
You cut out there for a sec.
Yeah, you're cutting out bad.
Probably make a case for 84.
I guess by that logic, you could then say that like the oxygen destroyer is what causes the second, like the Heisei timeline totally, because of Terasawa's book causing the Futurians to come back and then create the Heisei Godzilla. So by a stretch, sure.
The oxygen destroyer kind of being sort of like the linchpin for how the mass awakening occurs in King of the Monsters, because Godzilla's taken out of the picture seemingly. You know,
Yeah, but I think that's like, I think he's more referring to like the Japanese films rather than King of the Monsters, than like the American films.
Yeah, well, guess what, pal? I'm still saying.
Ripoff of the Beast 20,000 Fathoms. And until his passing day, called it just a cheap imitation of his creation.
That's also not what he said.
Neutrogena collagen
Woman
bank
is way
SPF
too close. I
moisturizer.
must employ pepper spray. And while we deal with this, I want to see. Harryhausen Godzilla.
Him.
I mean, what's it called? Say what you will about him. At least this is an insightful video that talks about like this whole idea that Ray, like what Ray Harryhausen's opinions on Godzilla actually was.
What's up, guys? Clayton Theory here. And today on Major Spielberg, I wanted to share something extra special with you all today. For this episode, I'm actually going to be joined by a friend of mine who happens to be extremely knowledgeable on the subject matter that we're covering today. He's an ambassador of the Ray and Diana Harryhausen Foundation, and we're lucky enough to have him here with us today. Mike, how you doing?
I'm doing very well myself.
I'm having a blast doing this channel. This is very fun. It's very different. So let's go right into it. Over these last few years, I've heard a lot of rumors surrounding a certain opinion that Mr. Ray Harryhausen had on Godzilla. And being a fan of both Ray and Godzilla, as well as giant monster movies in general, I wanted to get to the bottom of this topic and really separate the truth from fiction, you know, for monster movie fans out there like ourselves. So what say you on this subject matter?
Well, anything that I say in regards to information about Spell is from either my own opinion or stuff I've researched myself. This is not any reflection on the Harryhausen Foundation or members within it. Up until probably maybe about a year or so ago, I was under the impression, and this is coming from a quote on the Internet Movie Database, which I have in front of me right here, that says that famous American stop-motion animator Ray Harryhausen harbored a resentment for Godzilla because it's heavily inspired by the classic monster movie Beast from 20,000 Fathoms from 1953, for which he had animated the monster, the Tyrannosaurus. And because he saw similarities in the film, he viewed it as unimaginative and unconventional special effect technique. Now, that was my truth on the whole thing from up until about a year ago. And then I spoke to Alan Friswell, who's the conservator for the Ray Harryhausen Foundation. He basically stores all of Ray's original puppets from the late 50s all the way up to the 80s. And he worked closely with Ray. So in terms of people that know the most about Ray, aside from his daughter, Vanessa, Alan is the next person behind that. So I spoke with him about Ray's opinion on Godzilla, because when I was being mentored by Ray in 2012, I asked him about King Kong versus Godzilla out of just general interest in myself, because I liked the film. But I could see there was always a bit of a conflict there. And knowing that he was a mentor of, apprentice of Wilson O'Brien, I was curious about his opinion. And all he basically said to me was, I don't want to talk about that. And it wasn't until after his death when I started speaking to Alan just basically had this fountain of knowledge about Ray's opinion on Godzilla.
Wow, okay.
So it boils down to the quote that I read out from the Internet Movie Database. There's a half truth in there, but then the rest of it is completely fictional.
Now, that's very interesting, because that's what you said about 20,000 Fathoms is what I've heard for like a couple of years now. And to learn that it's not entirely true. Well, this is, hey, we're learning all kinds of stuff on the internet. It isn't entirely true, but I'd love to. So what was true about that quote?
So the truth about that quote is that Ray didn't like the suit animation. Ray's always been an animator at heart. So when he sees anyone trying to do things in a suit, especially a suit that's portraying a creature that isn't of a humanoid or a human-scaled character, it immediately just switches him off from enjoying the film.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and I can see that as well in that there are certain things in, say, CG that I don't like. So if you look at something that's say like Avatar, for example, I really like the CG work in that. But then when you try and do something that's almost like Uncanny Valley, or trying to reproduce dead actors in the form of CG, I need to get switched off because I can see that what they're trying to emulate will never be perfect. Whereas, and same with suitmation for Ray, if it's doing a human character, so like Creature from the Black Lagoon, for example, he loved that suit. So it wasn't like he was against all suits; it was just the ones that weren't done very well.
And
that's what you can see with Godzilla.
That makes a lot of sense, especially because he was an animator and because he focused primarily. He loved dinosaurs. Like one of the things he loved to animate more than anything was dinosaurs. And so I can imagine from his point of view, looking at Godzilla being suitmation, and especially because they're using model work similar like to what he would use, he would probably just feel like the craft was not as good and was probably getting a lot of recognition for being not as good, and he probably wasn't that big of a fan of it. That's interesting.
Yeah, because the other thing that I found interesting as well is that I can't remember who saw it. I think it was it the producer, the director that saw Beast? I forget who it was exactly.
Oh, is Shiro Honda, the director of Godzilla?
Yeah, that's it. Yes. So the Beast from 20,000 Fathoms was released in June 1953, but it wasn't released in Japan until 1954. However, Godzilla was released in Japan in 3rd of November 1954. So if you think about the time that they must have seen it before it was even released in Japan, that's a very short production time. So you can imagine that when you're looking at the original Godzilla suit, the techniques that they used to make it, even the hand puppet that they used for the Godzilla face, you can imagine that from Ray's perspective, when someone's rushing something through effectively and doesn't quite know what they're doing, you can see where his disinterest in it will come from.
I absolutely see what you're talking about.
The part where it says Ray harbored resentment for Godzilla, that is true on a different story, and that goes back to Godzilla versus King Kong, or King Kong versus Godzilla, whichever way it is. Basically, in the 60s, Willis O'Brien penned a story, and I think maybe even a draft script for King Kong versus Frankenstein. Now, he took that to RKO, and they introduced him to a producer. And that producer, without O'Brien's knowledge or consent, took that to what is classed in this particular book, A Century of Model Animation by Ray Harryhausen, took that to a Japanese film company. Now, I can only imagine who that Japanese film company is, because it doesn't actually state it in the book, maybe for legal reasons, I don't know. But I'm going to say that it might have been Toho. And that film eventually turned into King Kong versus Godzilla.
That makes a lot of sense, especially with the electricity power that powers up King Kong. Frankenstein, that makes a lot of sense.
Exactly. And being upset by this is because his mentor, at this time in his life, he hadn't been in work much. He only got employed for, I think it was It's a Mad, Mad World, for his name. So it wasn't even because he was a great special effects technician.
Right.
And because of the way he'd been treated by this producer and the whole Kong Frankenstein deal, Godzilla vs. King Kong was released in August 1962. And O'Brien died in November 1962. So, after all that mistreatment and just general bad luck, his wife has basically went on record saying that she thinks that he died because of just all those unfortunate events that just happened to him, unfortunately. That's where Ray's anger comes towards it. And even then, it's not towards Godzilla, it's towards the producer that screwed O'Brien over, basically.
Jeez. Well, I did not know any of that, and it's actually put a little bit of a sad feeling in my mind. Well, Willis O'Brien, without him, we wouldn't have special effects like we do, or monsters like King Kong in general. And from King Kong comes something like Godzilla. So a bit of nastiness on the side of actual production behind the scenes. That, what a shame that he passed very, very soon after the release of King Kong versus Godzilla.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, so it was a real shame, unfortunately. And just going back to the Ray suit as well. He never had a resentment to Godzilla, and I can say that definitively. It was just the technique. The fact that Godzilla was originally planned to be in stop motion, when Ray learned of that, he would have actually preferred to have seen a stop motion Godzilla.
Absolutely.
So it's not even that it's the Godzilla, the idea, because 50s movies were constantly mimicking and copying each other's ideas.
Right.
So that's not even unheard of. Ray wasn't against using suits where he needed to as well. I mean, the Selenites in First Man in the Moon, they were all kids in costumes.
Right,
Minotaur for the distant shots, that was Peter Mayhew in a costume. And Trope from Zimbabwe the Tiger almost became a costume. So it was against it. It was more of a case of if the suit wasn't done well and didn't look convincing, that's when he would be switched off by it.
Right.
Yeah. So, Price is talking about this personal relationship with Ray and a project he's working on. So I bring it up mostly because I feel that, I think that someone who directly talked to and mentored under Harryhausen is probably more accurate and has a better bead on what he thought than any other Wikipedia article I've ever seen on the topic. I'm not sure if anyone has any thoughts before I play this video again.
Yeah, just that it's really kind of a shame that it's even I pretty much get that stop motion takes a lot of stop motion. I can only imagine. Here's the thing. There's been times where I've tried to make home movies through stop motion. I've never been able to follow through with them because every time I attempt to even start, it's just it just it's like, oh god. It's like
Yeah,
there's so
I've
much.
I've made multiple short stop motion pieces, and they've all taken a very significant amount of time. Like just gathering the amount of things, putting things into the positions that they need to be in. It takes a lot of effort and time to do it. So if you're having something on a level of Beast for 20,000 Fathoms, yeah.
Yeah, and but to kind of like dismiss like suitmation and all like that, it's like, and just say like just because like it doesn't seem as like high effort as stop motion. It's I don't know. It's like, man, that's really kind of not. That's not cool, especially when you hear about like about what guys like Haru Nakajima and what have you kind of had to go through, in order to bring that suitmation to life. That's I don't know, just
I think I
way.
like, in my opinion, like I think like if obviously we can't talk to him because he's dead, but like I'd assume that if you were to like say like, oh well, like maybe it wasn't as high quality, but you can appreciate the artistry based on like these extenuating circumstances. I bet you probably would say, yeah, I can understand the work, but still believe that it wasn't of a quality that he would like. And again, that's like him just saying, oh, I have nothing against it, I just don't like it. And at that point, it's like, okay.
Yeah, it just kind of it kind of like gives the vibe of like, like it's not like it probably wouldn't be as bad as like when you hear the Plinker reviews like denigrate CGI like those in the prequels, just because the prequels like use so much of it, as
Compared
opposed
to like
to
the practical
effects.
stuff of the originals, yeah.
Yeah, where it's like no, it's not. The CGI has done. You could do great things with CGI, and it's not low effort. Like there's a lot of people who put in a lot of work to realize like CGI including in the prequels. It's just that it's a matter of like how they're implemented ultimately.
Yeah.
It's just execution.
Not to mention, I forget what video it was on, but I remember they showed Ray looking at the early CGI for Jurassic Park and like very much enjoying the CGI work there. So I wouldn't even say something where it's like he only thought films could be really good if they were like stop motion. It was more like his appreciation for certain art, like certain forms of creation based on his own experience.
Wasn't Jurassic Park originally meant to be stop motion?
Yeah. Phil Tippett was originally supposed to do the stop motion for it, but it was switched over to CGI.
Yeah, and I mean, like, it's not to knock any stop motion or how that would have looked, how Jurassic Park would have looked if it was stop motion. But yeah, I'm really glad that I think we're all in agreement that it's good that it was good for them to like do the mix of practical and CGI for Jurassic Park, because the CGI, the practical effects are great, and even the CGI holds up quite well because of how it's used.
There's a few tests of the stop motion or the go motion, I think they were calling it, which was like a new process to make it look smoother. I think they look pretty good.
Yeah, they look good, definitely. But I will say that the CGI for the dinosaurs in Jurassic Park is more believable, and the film is the better for it, despite my love of stop motion. Well, let's continue.
Yeah. Yes, they are similar. They're both reptiles awakened by nuclear testing, but they're very different types of fears represented by the beasts. The Votosaurus is a complicated problem. Godzilla is an inevitable force, and I think that kind of draws the...
Godzilla would still then be a complicated problem. It's just an inevitable problem.
Connection between where the West and the East kind of exist in the conversation of monsters. Kaiju are forces beyond our understanding. Giant monster is a beast we can destroy.
Not
so
exactly.
I mean, we see Ganymedes in Space Amoeba get blown up by random explosives. Gazora dies because of his wounds in that same movie. The Rodan die from a volcano in their first movie. Varen dies because of the bombs that explode in his stomach, which if I remember correctly, aren't especially potent bombs or like special kinds that like we couldn't make normally.
Mothra dies from old age.
Yeah. So like there are things that we can understand about these monsters, but like it's really weird because it's like he's trying to make them out to be almost eldritch forces when they aren't. Like they are definitely like cut above just regular giant creatures, but they are still like living mortal monsters. Yeah. Satan and Gyro fall into a volcano. Frankenstein falls during an earthquake. Manda technically has he freezes because of the Atragon, but that's also like a wonder weapon, so I'll let him pass in that sense.
Gauss dies from sunlight, I think.
What was that?
Gauss dies from sunlight.
Yeah.
Sanda and Gyra get killed by a underwater volcano.
Yeah, 29 already said Sanda and Gyra.
Giron gets blown up by a missile. Albeit an alien
missile. Space alien missile. Yeah.
But still a missile. Still a missile. Yeah.
I never see anything in the Beast 20,000 Fathoms as disturbing as a mother cradling her children as they wait for death, or a choir of children singing as the dead, who themselves are irradiated or buried in mass graves. Another thing you're probably wondering is, why did Japan use Amanda's suit while Ray Harryhausen used stop-motion animation? Well, Harryhausen was trained in stop-motion. And in fact, Harryhausen was very selective about the projects he took from that point on, because he could only do like one every year, one every couple of years, because of how time-consuming stop-motion took. Whereas Toho, they could use stop-motion.
Well, it wasn't just time-consuming, it was also price.
They occasionally would use stop motion in some of their films, but only for brief scenes because the process was too expensive, it took too long, and Amanda's suit could be filmed very easily. Just build a few miniatures, put the Amanda's suit there, walks around. The FX team at Toho could and did use stop motion, but they chose not to, and that decision allowed them to make a lot more Godzilla films a lot faster, and that in many ways is the key to Godzilla's longevity over time.
The argument he's also making is that, in a way, kind of supports the ignorant belief that the Godzilla films were inferior because they used suitmation, because it was cheaper to build and therefore required less expertise to create. It's really where they inadvertently essentially makes the critics' argument for them.
Because you could make more, you could pump out a lot, and the series could continue. Whereas Ray Harryhausen could do a few films a decade, Toho could pump out a few kaiju films a year, and other studios took note. Beast set the pattern for monsters in America. Either we found ancient evils trapped under the ground, or normal animals were twisted by science, or aliens. Again, aliens happen a lot. Them and Tarantula are movies about animals, insects, and arachnids specifically, who are mutated by radiation, by animal experimentation, and become far, far larger versions of themselves. Now, I prefer them over Tarantula, mainly because you see the ants more, and the ants, while they may not be as realistic as the Tarantula, are also physical things on set. They use miniatures, stop motion, puppetry, and it looks more convincing in relation with the camera and the other actors. You know, Tarantula, you look at that and go, it's a superimposed effect. I know what that is. But the ants in them, they feel like they're moving in the sets along with you. And even when they're clunky, even when they're goofy looking, there's something about that tangibility that really works for them so well.
Well, also, we've seen so many superimposed images these days. It's so commonplace in like an editor's toolkit that it doesn't have the same effect as it would have at that time, because that would have been something completely new for audiences to see.
Yeah.
Also one thing I would like to say with Tarantula, I think Tarantula itself actually works a little better in terms of effect-wise, because it is an actual Tarantula, and as such, that sells the aspect of it being a mutated monster. Whereas them, it is a puppet.
And
that's not
does make them feel less, yeah.
Yeah.
There are more of them, and they pose more of a constant threat. Whereas the Tarantula is this lumbering thing across the wasteland, and you always see it coming closer and closer, but you never really see it interact with the other sets beyond a few short scenes. Honestly, with Tarantula, once Clint Eastwood comes with a napalm, that thing's toast. With them, there's a bunch of the ants. So it's not just one you got to destroy, it's hundreds. One mad scientist experimenting with one tarantula? Okay, that's one thing. But our own nuclear weapons, our radiation, turning out to be the avenue through which monsters are created to attack us in return, there's more of a thematic idea there that I think Godzilla represents very well.
Well, like, the idea of man making its own monsters has always been a thing, like, since Frankenstein. So the only reason why I think he's praising them is because it thematically makes Godzilla seem better by comparison, because Godzilla does more with the idea and therefore bolsters what feels like his entire thesis throughout the film with his actually face is that, well, Japan really just blew America out of the water, and the Americans didn't really have anything to contribute outside of like a few ideas that the Japanese just did superior all the time.
Nuclear testing will eventually result in these monsters coming to attack us, that our weapons and science can be turned against us unwittingly. Whereas with Tarantula, it's kind of our choice to make a monster. At least
that, again, that would still make it thematically the same as them, by your own admission, as you just said.
The scientist's choice. It's more interesting when these creatures are the result of our unintended actions, opposed to our deliberate creation, at least at this stage of the game. Mind you, sometimes it would be this ancient creature coming out to attack us, like it came from beneath the sea, which is, oh, hey, Harryhausen again, how about that? Which is a giant octopus that comes out to attack us. We know giant octopus exist.
Here's your villain. Take an enormous number of those to disable a Navy submarine.
But just one of enormous size.
There is some basis, again, in reality for creatures like the big octopus from it came beneath the sea. I think one of my favorite monsters from this era, it's not a Harryhausen creature, it actually owes more to Japan than the American style of filmmaking, is the British film Gorgo. It's not a great film, it has flaws, but it's, I think,
It's my girl, Gorgo.
The world plays the fabulous story of this monster from another age, catapulted from some vast sub-ocean.
Well, would it Ogra be the girl in that one?
Yeah, well, hey, either one. They're both good.
Because if it's Gorgo, he's a little
boy,
baby.
My boy Gorgo, my girl Ogra.
Fake fan.
Fishermen who discover this weird large reptile and, hope to make a quick buck, they parade it throughout London as an exhibit. It's like, what if the people found Godzilla, but they treated it like how they would find King Kong,
I think the only reason I say what if they found Godzilla is because Gorgo's a reptile. So, like, if anything, it should be more like what if they found the Rhetosaurus and treated it like King Kong? Because, like, the idea of parading around a giant reptile was already done in Valley of Gwanji. So, if anything, this is, like, pulling more from just American monster movies, but because Godzilla had been cemented by the time Gorgo was around, that's the only Godzilla connection you can really make.
They find this lizard.
It went by really quickly, but I pretty much wanted to say I did watch It Came From Beneath the Sea like at one point, like a few months back. I gotta say I wasn't crazy about it.
It's an okay film.
Yeah,
good effects, but like
good effects, but yeah, just kind of bland, really.
Well, okay, it's all well and good, but as it turns out, what they found isn't really a giant monster, it's a giant monster's baby. And its mother knows where the baby is and is coming right for London to get her kid back. And it's great because it's playing with the idea that Britain is this colonist country. It does play with the idea of colonialization. That Britain goes to different places, takes what it wants, and tries to just assume it has complete command. It's the greatest culture of all, but it is humbled by Gorgo's arrival, by this great monster's arrival that destroys all of its landmarks. And I love it. Unfortunately, the British public did not love it.
A sad waste, not of talent, but of opportunity. Some of the effects are very convincing, but these are offset by the general tone of the film. It is a satire on monsters. Gorgo could have been a fine film. It could have preached motherly love, the vanity of humanity, mankind's true weakness, or it could have been purely terrifying. Unfortunately, it doesn't do anything.
They're garbage, which they have a garbage. I mean, obviously, it's not pillar of garbage, his own words, but like, essentially, what the reviewer is saying is that the effects are okay, but like the film doesn't have a super strong thematic core, which I do like Gorgo, but like it doesn't have as strong of a thematic core as like a King Kong or Godzilla. So, I mean, that's not duly unfair.
I'm not crazy about Gorgo, but to say that it doesn't do anything, it's like, really? Like,
it doesn't. It doesn't explore it as much as like as another film could do. I think that would be
not to say it doesn't explore it. It doesn't go as far, but
I
think he's saying that. But that's what I'm saying is that the reviewer is trying to say that it touches on the horrificness of the monster and on the emotionality and like motherhood instincts of the monster, but because it's trying to do both, it doesn't do either as deep as the reviewer would want, and therefore he feels it's a lesser film because of that.
Yeah,
which I understand the logic, but I think that because it's able to do both of those themes, even if they're more surface level, it's better for it rather than trying to focus on one or the other. Though I believe if you were to do a sequel, focusing on one of those would probably be better because then you'd be working with a more distinct theme that way because you've already established the monster dynamic at that point.
I mean, the conclusion of Gorgo being kind of lacking in the thematic front or, storytelling wise, I can kind of get behind, but really to say that it doesn't do anything well, it's just like,
you can go back to what he says.
Public did not love it.
A sad waste, not of talent, but of opportunity. Some of the effects are very convincing, but these are offset by the general tone of the film. It is a satire on monsters.
I don't understand the satire point.
Gorgo could have been a fine film. It could have preached motherly love, the vanity of humanity, mankind's true weakness, or it could have been purely terrifying. Unfortunately, it doesn't do anything.
I think that last point where it says it does do anything is hyperbolic because he's essentially the whole point is he's saying it's a missed opportunity where it's like it's okay, it could be better, which I just hate that about like reviewers generally. So
yeah, I would definitely elaborate more on that for sure.
As well as was that even one of the ones that he included? Trying to remember. No, that's the King Kong Loch Ness one. That's Ray Harryhausen. Yeah, maybe he. Yeah, no, that's that one. I know I had all of them. That's the Mojo. It's the archive. It's. Yeah, that's the unmade history of Godzilla films. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure why, because he does bring up everything else. Excerpt from the West London Times. I guess we'll just have to find it. West London Times review of Gorgo. West London Times Gorgo review. Lond. The West Lond Times. Maybe it's... I wonder if it's this one. I just want to see...
tone of the film. It is sad waste, not of talent, but of opportunity. Some of the effects are very convincing, but...
Let's see if some of the effects are very convincing. Let's see if I can find it this way. Okay, so it's definitely not this one, if that's the case. He's well composed. That's Kaiju. That's probably not it either.
Yeah.
Some of the stock footage. Yeah, it's weird that it would we can't just find it right here. Telltale Media, West London Times, or maybe it's probably from here, I guess.
Yeah.
West London Times called Garo a sad waste, not Tampa. Oh, so it's just pulling from this. A motherly month. Oh, that's why, because we're not able to access it then.
Ah, dang.
That's why. Okay. So it's he's literally just wiki warrioring this. A sad waste, not of talent, but of opportunity. Some of these also it's is designed for juvenile adults, referred to screenplay as not intelligent but entirely routine. That's so they're probably from actual newspapers that we have no access to. I just would in this case like this where I'm I really wish that we had gotten to that I had more of this here. It's I need more elaboration, but oh well. At least we now know it's he's just wiki warrioring it.
These are offset by the general tone of the film. It is a satire on monsters. Gorgo could have been a fine film. It could have preached motherly love, the vanity of humanity, mankind's true weakness.
I'm still hung up on the satire bit. I'm still hung up on the satire bit.
Yeah, that I don't get either.
Yeah.
And again, British critics at the time did not like the film, which meant that while we see a lot of New York getting destroyed and a lot of Tokyo getting destroyed, Big Ben does not get its again for a very long time.
It's probably because the British just weren't super into monster movies.
It's a cheesy film. The effects aren't great. The camera angles aren't always fascinating. But what it is it's fun. And I think the Brits had a tough time enjoying monster films where their landmarks got destroyed. I think to an extent. I think they took it a little too seriously. It's essentially...
can you elaborate on this, you literal smug fuck? I'm sorry. I love the amount of assumptions that he makes about America or the Brits and things like this. Give it more elaboration. I understand that you have your pet Brit pillar of garbage, which is an apt name for him, I guess. So, that's one thing I just hate is people will make up these things about what they assume to be the case when there's not even a little bit of conjecture you could make to justify this point. Brits just don't make a whole lot of creature features normally, and when they do, a lot of times people confuse them for probably being American-made movies that take place in Britain. So I'm not sure how he could come to this conclusion that Brits really hate their landmarks being destroyed, because don't they get destroyed all the time in things like Doctor Who and shit like that? Or satirizing their locations and things like Judge Dredd. So the whole idea that he's posing here is ridiculous. And again, like I said, smug fuck.
But they tore into it in a way that seems very
bad.
They tore into it strange, but
we'd have to ask Animus.
Yeah.
I think I think for the British side, we'd have to ask Animus.
But I mean, like, that's also equally as anecdotal, where we could ask Animus and Animus could have his point on the matter. But, like, because his other big assumption is that, oh, yeah, the Americans really hated the Japanese messing around with King Kong, so that's why they re-edited King Kong versus Godzilla. The Brits just hated the idea of their landmarks being destroyed because they're a colonist empire who doesn't like their like landmarks being destroyed and them feeling inferior. Like, all these assumptions amount to this, like, weird anti-Western sentiment that is even more confusing by the end when he comes to his end like thesis, but we'll get there.
Good chance, and you rejected the cowards to do more Boba films, is what I'm saying.
What you are about to see has never been seen before by human eyes.
It was a common idea in Western films. We would find these monsters and bring them back home.
This is the story of how pipe drop.
Yeah, just like how this video is the story of a smug fuck in his orbit making a terrible video.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Harryhausen again. You know, we went to a valley, found dinosaurs, brought them back. And I think what's so interesting is that Japan took that idea too with King Kong versus Godzilla. I mentioned before, it's a satire film. A TV station goes to not Skull Island to find King Kong, and Godzilla shows up. And you think, wow, wouldn't it be great if we took King Kong and dropped it in Godzilla's path and then filmed it, made a big spectacle of it, made a big sensation about it. And yeah, I should mention that JSDF is involved in this film, and they do bring King Kong over after drugging him. But the TV station, or rather the pharmaceutical company sponsoring the TV station, is pushing for the entire thing to be filmed.
So also, you know, there's another film that came up before King Kong versus Godzilla that does the same idea of going to somewhere and taking something that isn't theirs that Japan made, and it includes one of their most famous monsters of all time. One of these most famous monsters of all time being part of the Big Five: Godzilla, King Ghidorah, Rodan, Mechagodzilla, and Mothra. And it's like, the people of Toho have always considered Mothra to be like kind of their take on the King Kong story, but you know, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, you could draw a lot of parallels.
Mm-hmm.
So the point stays the same. That's what the film is ultimately really about, and why the film is so compelling in its original Japanese script. Whereas you kind of have hints of that in the American version, but it's toned down a lot in favor of everyone's favorite thing: white men.
There it is. There it is.
That's
Whoops, there it is.
I think.
You can tell those giant schnoz that inhale. He was so satisfied when he got to be like, those white men, man. I really have to bash them again. Just, you know.
Godzilla has a brain about this size. He is sheer brute force.
It's the size of Anthony's brain.
Putting King Kong and Godzilla into problems rather than insurmountable forces of nature that you should not control. Oh, and also,
again, in this film, in both versions, Godzilla was able to be stopped by electric wires that he was now magically weak to when he wasn't in his 54 film, but okay.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, like, it's unclear what I'm not even sure you can even say, like, oh, it's a different, well, you know, it's the second Godzilla, like, as it is, you know, as of Raids Again. Like, I don't even know.
It's the second Godzilla, but in the case of Raids Again, the idea that Godzilla is attracted to light in some form or fashion was at least hinted to in the original film and in the book, whereas the idea of Godzilla being weak to electricity explicitly was never stated in either version.
Yeah. Granted, in the 50s, he doesn't react to it.
You cut out there, Minecraft.
In the 54 film, he does very clearly react to the wires.
He reacts to them, but he's able to still like break them down pretty easily.
Yeah.
Plus, there's the atomic breath that he uses to bring them down too. So
yeah, it's weird that Godzilla didn't just use his atomic breath to break down the wires.
He pulls the high spinning tension wires down.
Well, the fact that because the Japanese version mentions it versus the American film that doesn't, the reason why Kong is able to contend with Godzilla at Mount Fuji is because he absorbed the electricity from the wires around Tokyo, which they believe allows him to be a match for Godzilla, and it's only until the second lightning strike that Kong is able to then start overpowering Godzilla. So in the original 1962 King Kong versus Godzilla, Kong needed 2 power-ups to face off against Godzilla on somewhat equal footing, and Godzilla also needed to have a distinct weakness to something. Interesting thing to note, but continuing.
Problems rather than insurmountable forces of nature that you should not control. Oh, and they also like aliens. America got 20 million miles to Earth in 1957. Oh, look, it's Harryhausen again. But Japan loves these aliens. You look at, say, King Ghidorah, one of the most iconic adversaries of Godzilla. It's an alien. It's a planetary destroyer coming to Earth. Shortly after that, you got all these aliens who come down and mind control people. Famously, the movie Destroy All Monsters features aliens taking control of Earth's monsters and attempt to destroy the planet, with King Ghidorah kind of being the only one who's kind of given free will because King Ghidorah is just a jerk like that. It's great stuff. Touching on something that's very interesting and did that American films did not. Is he still under
alien control in
Sterile
Monster?
Yeah, he's still under alien mind control. Like Ghidorah never really was his own entity again after Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster.
Yeah, which is kind of a shame.
Yeah, because you have the Exilians and the Keylocks and the Space Hunter Nebula M and the Garogas. So,
yeah. America did introduce the idea of the monster mash with Universal monster films all reigning supreme, with Wolfman fighting Frankenstein, with Dracula, Wolfman fighting, etc. Abbott and Costello jumping in there. But we kind of dropped the ball when it came to our monsters. Whereas Japan, because they can make several films a year, ramped it up. And how do you keep people interested? You pit other monsters together. Godzilla, Mothra, Rodan. They all started with solo films before kind of funneling into the Godzilla franchise.
or the fact that also when it came to Kong's rights were also an issue around the time King Kong versus Frankenstein was being pitched as well. So there is that to consider as well. And even at the time, there were just, even though we had monster movies, there were just other films, franchises and other genres that just had bigger booms in America, like Westerns. And the West, there was a lot of Westerns that had a lot of sequels. So the argument that, America just didn't focus on its monsters, but Japan did, is sort of like saying, well, Japan had its samurai films, but they never really sequelified them as much as America did its Westerns. And the reason I say that is because American Westerns are what helped give the basis to the samurai films and vice versa. So there's a lot of cross-pollination with their stories and the ideas, but just having the cultural backdrop be a different one.
Godzilla fighting Mothra was successful. King Kong was successful. Gamera showed up.
Jump in my new car with me. I got it on cars.com.
No.
I was hoping that car would hit him.
What time you
Gamera wasn't the kaiju film at the time that became this sort of franchise. Gamera would fight another strange, bizarre monster. Of course, Gamera was a friend to all children. Gamera was a very sympathetic monster, even in his first film.
He says that when there's also the clip of Gamera opening up that building full of people and breathing fire into it. The only person Gamera distinctly saves is that one kid, but outside of that, he kills hundreds of people in his first movie.
Oh yeah, I haven't. Yeah, I still have to get around the marathon and that whole series of movies. Because Gamera turned 60, I believe, this year.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same with Mothra. The monsters, even though they were these cosmic forces of power with untold abilities, audiences liked them and wanted to support them and see them survive, or see them thrive in some way. And like a good WWE wrestler, you had faces and you had some heels. But all this really started with Godzilla Raids Again, which introduced one of the first Kaiju versus Kaiju fights. And this follow-up to Godzilla tried to frame both Godzilla and Anguirus as these two opposing forces. But I think the problem is Anguirus just wasn't a good opponent for Godzilla. Not the same way that King Kong, Mothra, King Ghidorah were. Is next.
Well, it's probably because of the fact that Mothra and King Kong also had films building them up beforehand, so they were headlining monsters fighting another headlining monster, while Anguirus was introduced as an opponent monster and therefore would always have a little less relevance by that nature alone.
Opponents. Once the trend started, however, you couldn't back off. Every film had to have more monsters, sometimes multiple monsters showing up. Godzilla has a son, and as I mentioned, you need faces and you need heels. Some of the monsters over time became more sympathetic. Godzilla, who again was the main marquee attraction, went from being this titan of horror to someone the audiences could like and support. And with each subsequent film, he became more humanized. He would talk with the other monsters, and the Mothra affairs would translate.
Mothra says, the earth belongs to man, and the monster said to know. Oh, Godzilla, what terrible language.
It seems we did victory dances, we did increasingly goofy things. We had him handshake Jet Jaguar, who's a very humanoid-looking robot. It would go fight a giant cockroach and an alien chicken with a buzzsaw on his chest. It got more human.
God's sake. He did the thing again.
Yeah, well, no, because remember, this is the same loser who did the Godzilla's Always Been Silly video, so...
Yeah, I think he said the same thing in that video, calling Megalon a cockroach. God, fuck you, dude.
Beetle.
But no, it's just the idea that, at that Godzilla vs. Megalon, one of the most disparaged Godzilla films, so therefore you can just kind of write it off inadvertently anyway. And because we like the silliness, therefore it's like, oh yeah, it's fine. It's meant for kids and it's supposed to be silly and fun, so let's just really ham up into it. And isn't Godzilla just that silly little guy? Godzilla's always been silly, right? No.
And this alien space turtle who happened to love children and just really have their interests at heart, and so you knew that no matter what happened,
Gamera isn't an alien.
Yeah, that's
what? Oh my god! What?
Even in the show,
Hold on a sec.
he isn't an alien. They state he's from Atlantis.
Hold on a sec. Did he seriously just say Gamera's an alien?
Yep.
To love children and just really human as time went on in the 70s. Gamera was the friend to all children, and this alien space turtle who happened to love children and just really have.
I think he's confused with that camera got shot into space and can fly like a flying saucer, and that's why he thinks he's an alien space turtle.
Oh my god.
Dude, if you're gonna say something like that, get it right.
Oh, God.
You knew that no matter what happened, Gamera would always stand up for kids, and kids love that stuff. Even when the films got deeply disturbing with the violence, kids always felt comfortable knowing Gamera was on their side, and that led to the longevity of the Gamera series. And America,
Yeah, led to the longevity of the Gamera series. Oh god,
Oh,
I wish
boy.
that were true.
Oh boy, Gamera, where are you?
Yeah,
Come
the
back.
longevity. When look at how far between Super Monster and Guardian that was.
missed out on that. We really did miss out on
17 years to get
years BC. Oh, hey, it's Harryhausen again. You had the marquee Allosaurus versus Styracosaurus fight.
Allosaurus, Styracosaurus, Allosaurus, Styracosaurus.
Fucking hell, man. God
Get
damn.
it right. What's even funnier is the fact that like we literally saw the Allosaurus clip versus the caveman earlier in this video, but
Okay.
you know, Allosaurus,
I gotta ask.
Styracosaurus.
I gotta ask. Does he even have like? Does he even edit these videos, or does he have an editor and he's like, look, dude, just I don't care. I'm not gonna really record. Just edit. Work with it.
I bet it's like one of those things where it's like it doesn't really matter, guys. Like, are you really? Are you really going to get on me because I called a Ceratosaurus an Allosaurus? Like, my guy, you should really focus more on the fact that all these monster movies have too many white guys in suits talking about monsters rather
You
than
might wanna
actually
focus-
seeing the monsters.
And you also might want to focus on the fact that you called a Triceratops a Styracosaurus.
My guy, again, like, we really need to focus on the fact that the Brits are a little too prideful in their structures and are cowards for not making more American movies. Like, my guy, like, that's kind of yikes of you.
We need to focus on the fact that Gamera is an alien space turtle.
Are you really going to get on me for talking about the fact that Gamera is not really a space turtle, but, like, we missed out on American giant monster fights when we had one with the Allosaurus and Styracosaurus, but that's, like, the only one. My guy, kind of yikes, if you ask me.
Marquee fight of the movie. That's what it was marketed on. These two stop-motion creatures clashing. But what ended up happening is the special effects became used in a different fashion. Stop-motion was such a timely and costly method that it became part of the course that the films had to be upscale films. If you use stop-motion, it better be a big picture. Jason and the Argonauts, Clash the Titans, they became the films where Harryhausen put his efforts into. The Voyages of Sinbad, these films were what Harryhausen would channel his creative skills into. Movies like Jaws, Grizzly, Alligator, the creature feature replaced the giant monster. And
Also, the creature features also were around during the same time as stop motion stuff, but just were usually things like Land Unknown and Unknown Island with their suitmation stuff or Slurposaurus. It was just that with how Japan like marqueed their monsters as characters, monsters were more just monsters in Western films.
often the creature was nature. Just maybe a slightly bigger alligator. Not a building-sized alligator, but like one that could fit into sewers and crash through and attack a wedding of a corrupt business official, whatever. Sharks exist. Sharks have been known to eat people. And so nature took the core focus. Orca was just Jaws one-upped, but it wasn't a giant orca. It was just a smart animal, one that could exist in real life. And I think that's where America really deviated off the course that Japan was following. In the 70s, giant monsters reigned supreme in Japan. But in America, we had to either tone down the monster to make it more believable to general audiences, or if we had giant monsters, they were in sci-fi fantasy spectacles. One of the best monsters, I think, of the 80s, in my opinion, is the sandworm in Dune. And that's a very inexpensive special effect by today's standards. It wasn't exactly a stunning special effect, but you look at the sandworm from Dune, follows the laws of Jaws. You barely see the sandworm, and it's more impressionistic. You see the sand rise up. You see the worm rise up through the sand. Most of the effect is concealed and hidden from the audience. Monsters became more...
That's almost because even though the sandworms are a big part of Dune's stories, they are not the focus of the Dune book.
Process rather than over.
Well, it's also the fact that like the idea of the monster movie was superseded by the idea of the fantasy or the sci-fi film where monsters were included. Like the monster wasn't the center stage. The monster was one part of a whole. Whereas in Japan, they made more of a habit out of the monsters being the big focus in the spectacle. Like a good example also being like the Twilight Zone versus Ultra Q, which is always that big comparison where in the Twilight Zone, you focused on a lot more different subjects and different stories, whereas with Ultra Q, the story was always centered around a monster, which provided different but equally interesting TV shows.
Showing. You see a monster, usually very small, like the Gremlins, what have you, or it was an unconvincing effect, like Q the Winged Serpent, which I think is one of the most underrated monster films of the 80s from America. But even then, even in Japan at the 70s, tail end,
Was Q a Danish film?
No, you're thinking of Reptilicus.
Oh. Huh.
Yeah.
Danish film. I don't remember for sure, but
Yeah, Reptilicus is Danish.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Danish American Pro co-production.
Yeah, I know. I know of Reptilicus.
Q the Winged Serpent is American monster horror film.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Faded off.
That explains it.
His films kind of ran their course. You would get some interesting Toho films outside of those two. You know, you got like Frankenstein Conquers the World, The War of the Gargantuans, but they were very few and far between. Monsters kind of faded out of focus.
No, also, I'm not sure he doesn't include Ultraman in this, since it's the rise of television that kind of sees the Godzilla and like monster movies decline, is because you're able to get similar action, but on the small screen, and therefore you don't have to go out to like the matinees to see them.
Until Godzilla and Gamera showed back up. Godzilla 1985 was the start of the Heisei era of Godzilla films. It was an attempt to return to the original style of Kaiju. Godzilla was the solo adversary. No more monster mashes for now until the next film, because, of course, he was a straight-up monster, a figure of terror, dark, imposing, frightening. His design was different. He looked more like a monster than less like a friend to humanity. Because if you notice in the old Godzilla films, even Godzilla's head kind of shifted a little bit more friendly, wide-eyed, expressive. This was expressive, but it only expressed 3 expressions: hate, rage, and bloodlust. And there was nothing else going on with Godzilla. Even when he happened to be aligned with humanity's interests, it was always to conquer a new apex predator. It was not necessarily out of kindness for humanity. It was just, I have a new threat, I gotta fight it now. And even when they gave him the child again, like in the original films, it was more animalistic. Godzilla was at his most animalistic, I feel, in these films. You see his origin as a lost dinosaur and a lost civilization. Again, much like the Lost World. There's no
lost civilization. What?
Oh, animalistic, I feel, fight it now. And even when
Where did you get that from? I know that was in the Stan Winston film, but where?
It was more animalistic. Godzilla was at his most animalistic, I feel, in these films. You see his origin as a lost dinosaur and a lost civilization. Again, much like the Lost World.
I think he means a lost.
There was no lost civilization.
There's no lost civilization. It wasn't even a lost world either. It was just an island in the Pacific. There's nothing like prehistoric about it besides Godzilla itself.
Exactly.
No chance for humanity to empathize. I think one of the greatest scenes in the Godzilla films of that era, it's seen in King Ghidorah versus Godzilla. And there's this Japanese soldier from World War II. Back in World War II, his life was saved by the Godzillasaurus. And he has this kind of kinship. He sees Godzilla as his disaster. They make eye contact through the window. And Godzilla just kills him. Doesn't even think about it, doesn't hesitate, just looks at the building and blows it up and smashes the building apart.
He did this in the previous video we covered him.
It's seen in King Ghidorah versus Godzilla. And there's this Japanese soldier from World War II. Back in World War II, his life was saved by the Godzillasaurus. And he has this kind of kinship with Godzilla. He sees Godzilla as
So Godzilla kills him instantly. He's killing him instantly. Not to mention the fact that the scene's also cut down tremendously for people who watch the film. But yeah, no, Godzilla
there's a whole beat going on there, before Godzilla kills him.
Also,
God, he did the same thing in that last video. He did the same thing in the silly video.
Nishikawa's Shindo Godzilla picture. Shindo Godzilla Nishikawa art. It's in this book, but they're showing off how the suit was able to show off like more facial expressions. There it is, yeah. And it has Shindo and Godzilla both crying in that picture there. Let's see if... Oh, it's this way. Okay. No. Wait, yes. Yes. Right there. Yeah, totally. Even though you can barely read it. But like, yes, totally. Godzilla doesn't care at all, or that was always the intent behind it. Yes.
Yeah, Godzilla didn't hesitate.
How does it feel to defend Godzilla versus King Ghidorah? See, I love Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah, so I always have fun defending it, even though there's a lot of faults with that movie. But how do you feel, my boy? How do you feel? How does that make you feel?
Oh God! Here's the. I don't even hate Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah. Really, it's a goober film.
It's a goober.
Sure. It is an absolute
massive.
It's a massive. But yeah, the fact that I have to like the fact that he just made this point twice. It's like, how many times do we have to teach you this lesson? Fucking hell.
And Godzilla just kills him. Doesn't even think about it. Doesn't hesitate. Just looks at the building and blows it up and smashes the building apart. This man put so much.
Why are you such a smart fuck? And you will.
Yeah, keep telling yourself that, buddy. Keep telling yourself that. Eventually, it'll come true in the film.
Yeah.
Emotional projection onto Godzilla. But when it comes down to it, Godzilla doesn't care. Going to that building, he's going to take you out with it. Doesn't remember you, doesn't care about you. He's just going from point A to point B, and you're in his way. It truly captures the idea of how this Godzilla was very different from the original 60s and 70s Godzilla. At least what that version of Godzilla became following the first film. Godzilla was a ruthless monster, and the only reason he sometimes aligned with us was to fight a threat to his claims. And again, I alluded to this before, but the oxygen story from the first film then became the final threat.
Ah, look, it's that referencing of the aliens, you know?
Hey!
Not like America doesn't have any other cultural experts besides King Kong, of course.
When we find out the oxygen story with life around Godzilla, resulting in this creature known as Destroya. And Destroya happens to be what eventually fights Godzilla to his end. You see, Godzilla is also a nuclear reactor. He is physically a nuclear reactor, and his body is starting to break down. So even if Godzilla was a friend to humanity, he'd still pose a threat to the human race by the very nature of his existence. Godzilla becomes a walking disaster, and that's really cool. Meanwhile, Gamera has arguably one of the greatest trilogy of kaiju films in history. Before, Gamera was kind of a little goofy in America. People didn't take him too seriously. And in Japan, he was the friend to all children, so kids media, basically. But this series of films, this trilogy, elevates Gamera to a whole new level, and it takes these elements of fantasy and imagination to a whole new level in a way that was compelling and existential and truly had some good emotional storytelling with the human characters.
He's still a benevolent force of nature. He's still benevolent and actively goes out of his way to defend humanity.
Roger Ebert. I just want to read through this because this is like one of the times where Ebert was actually pretty nice to a kaiju film. So Gamera Guardian Universe is precisely the kind of movie that I enjoy despite all rational reasoning. How, you may ask, can I possibly prefer this Japanese monster film about a jet-powered turtle to a mega-budget military like Air Force One? It has laughable acting, a ludicrous plot, second-rate special effects, and dialogue such as "Someday I'll show you around monster-free Tokyo." The answer, I think, is that Gamera is more fun. Had this not been here on this website, cut out a little bit of the ragging on the effects, I could totally see this dude writing that same paragraph right there. But it's called Gamera has starred 9 films in 32 years, but has never attained the star of Godzilla because of speciesism. I'll just go with this. So, there's no need for human characters in Gamera Guardian Universe since the creatures are self-contained and their old age enmity, but the movie does provide us with 4 observers, including Asagi, a teenage girl who seems able to read Gamera's mind and carries a glowing stone that helps her do that, I think. Late in the film, there's a big close-up of the girl's eyes, and then Gamera's eyes, and a blob of energized spirits is exchanged somehow, and Gamera is able to live to fight again another day. Stated the film's press kit, I discovered that Kaiju Fujitani is Steven Seagal's daughter, and I punch my fist into the air and cry, yes. So, I'm just gonna scroll through it a little bit, but like again, I was about to say Steven Seagal. Roger Ebert giving a kaiju film anything above a 2 is amazing in my book. I say as the thing is completely frozen. Don't you just love it?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna remove it from the screen for just a second. When a thing's so bad it breaks my YouTube. Oh, at least I kept one of those.
Is King of the Monsters good or not?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, it's not even a question. There is.
There we go. It's back.
In with the monster action. Great.
Can you hear that, by the way?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Cinematography, great storytelling in general, some of the best kaiju films of the era. But what was America doing? Because most people only talk about monster films in the 90s, nothing about Japan. In fact, none of these films really aired in America for years. America stopped distributing new kaiju films from Japan. People found out that Godzilla died in Godzilla vs. Destroya thanks to the news, reporting on Japanese cinema.
But in its 22nd film, Godzilla vs. the Destroyer, to be released December 9th in Japan, the 42-year-old monster will finally meet his end. Godzilla will die. The film's directors promised the final scene will be unforgettable.
But no distributor was sending these films out, at least not at the time. That was much later. America was interested in a very different kind of film, the disaster movie. Twister really helped kick us into gear. And disaster movies were always a thing, like there was the Poseidon Adventure and all that, but Twister, and I think from the Roland Emmerich, really brought the disaster film back to the forefront of society. But there was one film that came out that defined how monsters would be from here on out. And again, it kind of follows the train of what came before in the West. After all, it wasn't the first time dinosaurs helped motivate American filmmakers to make giant monster movies.
What
hit me right all the time. Jurassic Park was at the time one of the most successful films to have ever come out. It was a massive hit, and we created special effects that genuinely were unbelievable. Stan Winston and his team created dinosaurs. They made dinosaurs thanks to puppetry and thanks to new CG animation.
You ever consider letting us do most of the first dinosaurs from head to toe in the computer? And my first reaction was, well, and he went out and he proved it.
But Jurassic Park looks great today because the effects were used sparingly and in conjunction with physical models. I mentioned before how them look better today because it used actual physical monsters instead of like just superimposed fighters. That's true. With the close-ups with the dinosaurs used giant puppets. The faraway shots used CG. And often CG was obscured shadows, rain, all that. Which blend the physical and the spectacular effects together. And it's puppetry. That was a big deal for the success. And the films did end up going a little bit further into Kaiju territory. Jurassic Park: The Lost World ends with them bringing a T-Rex back with them to San Diego. Again, you think they figured that's not a good idea at the time, but who knows? You know, the folly of man and all that. And T-Rex shot to San Diego. Unfortunately, San Diego's not as recognizable of a city as New York City or even Chicago or Hollywood, but hey, you still get to see a giant creature rack up stuff. That really was what showed the studios, hey, we want to see more giant monsters. We did get more giant monsters to an extent. Usually just mutated creatures. Again, like Lake Placid. There was a remake of Mighty Joe Young, which I think is really underrated personally. Deep Rising was this great deep sea monster movie with a terrific monster that, again, is underrated. While I've avoided discussing video game.
I love how he says that there's no kaiju movies around this time and then shows a bunch of monster movies in America besides Jurassic Park.
Yeah. So cross-pollination of culture that's interesting is the case of Dino Crisis, a game that capitalized on the dinosaur craze from the West in a Japanese video game. Japanese studio Capcom reinvented their Resident Evil games as a dinosaur thriller, essentially. Dino Crisis remains one of the most beloved 90s survival horror games to come out and features giant dinosaurs and small dinosaurs as threats. In this conversation, I think it's interesting because it showcases that Japan also did notice the success of Jurassic Park and tried to capitalize it in their own special way. This shows that it's not just a one-way street with this giant monster story. When America comes up with a good idea, Japan will incorporate it. And in the case of Dino Crisis, really emphasize the sheer horror that dinosaurs present. While a lot of American-focused movies focus more on the destruction they could wrought. I think that the recent craze of analog horror...
One sec, go back to
one-way street with this giant monster story. When America comes up with a good idea, Japan will incorporate it. And in the case of Dino Crisis, really emphasize the sheer horror that dinosaurs present. While a lot of American-focused movies focus more on the destruction they could wrought.
The destruction would be the horror. So, like, that distinction there's no difference between the distinction that you've made, sir.
I think that the recent craze of analog horror involving dinosaurs is the case that maybe Dino Crisis was onto something that American studios were too afraid to engage in. I think that I want to focus on two different particular films. The remake of King Kong that Peter Jackson put out, and the remake of Godzilla. The remake of King Kong from the 2000s, not the 70s version, but the 2000s one, tried to make King Kong into a giant gorilla, a giant real creature, but they also had a lot of chances to emote with him, to emphasize the subtextual story of King Kong and make it full-blown text. Peter Jackson's a clear fan.
Yeah, and that's kind of a problem with some of the film is because some of the subtext wasn't actually there. A lot of post hoc rationalization of King Kong, but okay. I mean, everyone knows my opinions now on King Kong 05. It's not that
To recreate some of the lost scenes of King Kong using the techniques that Willis O'Brien had at the time, and it was painstaking. I have problems with Peter Jackson's King Kong. I think it's too long. I think it's been...
That's not the problem. That's not a problem.
Too emotional.
That's not a problem either.
I think some of the scenes just drag, but
not really a problem either.
Is undeniable is Peter Jackson's passion for the story, his enthusiasm for this narrative, and the idea that he wants to humanize Kong in a way that's compelling and interesting. And then there's the 1998 Godzilla film by TriStar.
Vic, are you awake?
Yep.
I'm gonna give the floor to you.
That ways you might not realize. Godzilla went through several phases of development. At one point, it was going to be more in line with the original Japanese storytelling. This version of Godzilla that started production in 1994 was originally going to be directed by Jean de Bont. Jean de Bont is a Dutch director you probably know for Twister and Speed. So yeah, the guy had some talent. Sadly, after this movie, he did also make Speed 2, Cruise Control, and Lara Croft Tomb Raider, and The Haunting remake, but the guy had experience. Plus, previously, he worked on Roar, one of the most dangerous film sets ever produced. And again, both his early work with Roar and Speed and Twister kind of aligns him with the more natural, homegrown horror, the force of nature that comes with an irrational, destructive wave against society. In many ways, he was perfect for Godzilla in the 90s. Godzilla was designed by Stan Winston, the guy who made the dinosaurs in Jurassic Park. And he made a miniature that looked a lot like Godzilla, just combined with the T-Rex puppetry he had mastered. And he had a script where Godzilla would be, again, a cosmic entity, kind of like what you see in the 2014 Legendary Godzilla. He's this elder creature who is fighting a new threat that rises to mankind. In this case, a creature called the Griffin. As originally conceived, the Griffin was an alien piece of tech, essentially. It was a biological weapon that aliens sent to
Lost
Earth
Utopia.
colonize it.
Lost Utopia.
Yeah.
And change by absorbing and assimilating other creatures from Earth into its biological structure. In many ways, it was a perfect combination of the scientific advancements and alien fears that were prevalent in American media at the time. It's a great combination of both the aliens that would be popularized in stuff like Independence Day, as well as the Jurassic Park dinosaurs. And I think its design fits that. It's very much like a European monstrosity. Even its name, the Griffin, is a reference to European folklore. Yet at the same time, it feels perfectly in place with the sorts of monsters that you would see in the Heisei era of Godzilla films. You look at this creature and you can see it right alongside Biollante or Space Godzilla in terms of original monsters from this era. One reason why the Griffin was created was because Toho had a licensing deal where every individual monster had to be licensed individually. So while the original plan was to have King Ghidorah be the big bad, the Griffin just made more sense from a financial standpoint. You saw something similar with the Mutos in the 2014 Godzilla film later on. It felt very much like a good combination between the West and East, where Godzilla, this ancient force of nature, would confront a scientific mutation and monstrosity, an aberration. And it did feel like a good blending of the two styles. And then it brought in Roland Emmerich, the king of disaster movies, because the studio was afraid, this new version of Godzilla with this Griffin and all that, the Stan Winston effects, it's going to be too expensive. Let's bring in Roland Emmerich, who in fact further expanded the budget to create something that was heinous. And let's be perfectly blunt, Emmerich didn't like Godzilla. In fact, he hated everything about it.
We are living in a time when people have seen Jurassic Park and The Lost World, and we don't have the same kind of limitations the Japanese had when they made their Godzilla. There's an American movie called The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms, shot in the early 1950s. This movie was done with stop animation. It was one of Ray Harryhausen's best works. Obviously, the Japanese saw that movie and said, oh, we should do something like that too. But they had no clue how to do stop animation. They couldn't do stop motion animation, so they just built a big suit and put a stuntman in. And that's why it's so bottom heavy. That's why it looks a little bit silly. They built a big rubber suit, but a rubber suit was much bulkier because if it was too close to the human body, it gave away there was a person inside it. It had these big, fat legs and couldn't walk very fast. It developed this kind of Godzilla walk. Now, with the new effects technology, we don't have that limitation, and it slims down enormously.
He thought it was...
Anything to say about Vic? Because, you know, I don't want to defend him on some of the things he said. So, like, I give you the floor and my blessing to say good things about 98 on this channel.
Well, I would say that I don't know. I would only say that in terms of like with Roland Emmerich's fittings on Godzilla, I think it's clear that he wasn't like he didn't like the character or like any of the other franchise norms, I guess, which like most people like were fans of it because of that. But I would still say that Roland Emmerich did have some appreciation for the films, which he's stated himself like how he likes like the like he is a fan of the first film. He's gone on record on saying that. That's the only film he has any sort of appreciation for. Like because of the messaging in the films, he likes the way the filming techniques of the film, stuff like the act structures and stuff like that. So he has gone on record saying he does like certain things about it. And with regards to, in some ways, Roland Emmerich is right in how the Beast did inspire Godzilla in many ways. Gets a few things wrong in terms of why certain things were done, but in a few ways he's right.
I will not contend any of this, only because I do not want to defend this thing right here in any way, shape, or form. So, yes, I will give my endorsements of some measure to everything you said there.
Yeah, I definitely would say that the way that they were reading Roland Emmerich's quotes, it made just kind of seem like a bit more like just made it almost like they were presenting Emmerich as coming up as like a bit more of a prick than he probably was.
I mean, Emmerich is a prick. That's
well, I mean,
I'm not gonna deny that, but I know that they are pulling his quotes from the Sci-Fi Japan article, because that's what they do have in the description. So I have seen those comments before. So
I do believe the original quote is all pulled from a making of book, official Godzilla making of book, where he says that quote.
It's not the making of Godzilla one, right?
Yeah, I think it's like one of the main ones. It's one that I have.
Send me do you have it on hand right now?
Let me see here. Let me see if
it
I
is,
take a picture
DM
of it.
me a picture of it, because I may have that book.
It's basically the one with the movie poster on it, with the big foot. It says making of.
Yeah, send me a picture of it on Instagram through not Instagram, through Discord on DMs, because I think I am looking at it behind me.
All right, will do.
Yeah, let me know what you do. I'm gonna keep playing this.
He has contempt for the franchise from day one, and it's
Emmerich is a massive, just like this dude. This dude's a massive. Neither of them are good rat, even though he's kind of looking kind of mousy right here on his face.
Shows in the
You just don't get his directorial genius.
A bad. Not necessarily. There are some good parts to it, but it's all stuff you've seen before done better by someone else. The entire last act of the film is basically just Jurassic Park in a city, complete with the Velociraptors. But instead of the baby Godzillas and instead of like the lab, it's Madison Square Garden. But again, it's diminishing returns. The effects aren't as convincing. The monster action isn't as compelling. The characters being attacked aren't as dynamic, and thus you care less what happens. And the big thing also is that the version of Godzilla in the movie Godzilla is not Godzilla. There is no God in the Zilla. It's just Zilla. The beast is taken down by explosives. Again, like the beast of 20,000 Fathoms. The big difference is, unlike that creature, which had prehistoric contagions, this Godzilla just drops. At least you got the cartoon out of it, but it's just not enough. It's too little, too late. And coming into the 2000s, aside again from Peter Jackson's King Kong, the kaiju genre sort of petered out a little bit. Jurassic Park released its third entry, which in many ways is the most kaiju-like film in the series. The dinosaurs are these colossal monsters. But it was also the least interesting because there was no humanity to ground these ideas. The film was a disappointment, and I think that kind of helped fade out the monsters. Even then with Jurassic Park 4, they were planning to make the dinosaurs humanoid hybrids. Again, moving further and further away from the kaiju action that we had started to begin to see. People talk about like superhero fatigue, right? Well, Japan was going through kaiju fatigue. These films were coming out year after year after year, but they were not successful. Japanese audiences were actually more interested in foreign films than they were domestic films. In 2003, 15 of the top 20 grossing movies in Japan came from America. And of the 5 that weren't, 1 was Hero, a Chinese film, and 2 were anime. And one of those anime was Pokemon Jirachi Wishmaker, which just has a kaiju-ish scene in it, but I think it's successful with Pokemon, not the kaiju. Where did Godzilla rank? Well, the top grossing Godzilla film of that year, 2023, was Godzilla Tokyo SOS, which ranked 69th that year. That's bad, but let me tell you, it's going to be worse. 32nd place, Spy Kids 3 Game Over. 37th place, The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. 55th place, Dreamcatcher on its re-release. Oh, and 63rd, My Big Fat Greek Wedding. What Japanese audience not like My Big Fat Greek Wedding? I have no idea. But more Japanese people wanted to see My Big Fat Greek Wedding than they wanted to see all of the Godzilla films combined that year. Godzilla Final Wars was supposed to be the final send-off for Godzilla.
Yeah, it's almost like kaiju were still niche even in Japan. Got more popular, definitely, but still niche.
Which featured Godzilla triumphantly beating the snot out of Zilla. It was also one of the lowest grossing Godzilla films to date. In 2024, Godzilla Final Wars came out, it ranked 75th in the Japanese box office, behind Devilman.
Devilman was such a bomb. People didn't just see it as a failure of a film, but the failure of the entire Japanese film industry. Someone hated this movie so much, they made a webpage to collect all the negative reviews. Now, that is the kind of I crave.
The live-action version of Devilman, commonly regarded to be one of the worst Japanese films ever created, outgrossed Final Wars. And yes, in case you're wondering, Pokemon and One Piece continually outgrossed Godzilla every single year. Oh, and other film outgrossed Godzilla Final Wars? The Passion of the Christ. Why people in Japan want to see The Passion of the Christ, I have no idea. But it outgrossed that. But I will say this, both Pokemon and One Piece demolished Passion of the Christ at the box office. So, Pikachu, more popular than Jesus in Japan. And Luffy, same thing. But I think what happened was also the market was steadily filling with superhero films. Spider-Man and X-Men.
Such a weird movie to bring up, but again, it just feels on brand for all the mask off shit this loser's brought up, so...
were more popular than Godzilla at this time. What did reignite interest, I think, was King Kong. King Kong really did spark a lot of interest in giant monsters, but 2 films, I think, really showed that the Japanese style of kaiju could be very successful. And those 2 films were Cloverfield and Pacific Rim. Cloverfield had an incredible marketing campaign. It was able to really push this enigma and mystery in a way that led audiences to question what's going on. Where's this film going? What's the idea of this film? The baby kaiju in the film is reminiscent in a lot of ways to Gorgo. It's a smaller monster who is awakened in the city and is throwing a temper tantrum essentially out of control. All of that, though, of course, is lore you didn't need to understand for the film to make sense. The film really focused on human beings struggling in the face of a disaster. I remember watching it in theaters and going, this made me think of 9/11. And that wasn't uncommon for a lot of people in that time. 9/11 imagery was all over the place. And as a guy from New Jersey, outside New York.
Yeah, and that makes sense why I have a distinct, I've got that ancient, Monsterverse ancient rivalry vibe from this guy because he's from Jersey. As a Boston boy, anytime I hear anyone from New York or Jersey, I'm immediately like, monkeys.
Okay.
That imagery of New York.
Yeah, you're like one of the good ones, see. Don't worry about it.
All right.
Aren't you like upstate New York?
Upstate, yeah.
Yeah, you're essentially New Englanders, but you're not New Englanders. Like, you're not New Yorkers either.
Okay.
For most of us.
So
you're weird mountain people. Just like Western Mass people.
Yeah.
Like you just said, yeah, I have that one there. I have that.
Yeah, I think I made note some of those crawlers with the Descent even.
Yeah.
Was very much like that period of time. It was a dramatic point in history that a lot of us was still fresh in our minds. So there was an audience for earnest storytelling in the face of destruction and taken seriously by audiences and critics alike. But Pacific Rim showed us that people sometimes just want to see a giant robot.
What's that great?
Earnest storytelling was very much like that period of time. It was a dramatic point in history that a lot of us was still fresh in our minds. So there was an audience for earnest storytelling in the face of destruction and taken seriously by audiences and critics alike.
Yeah, it's almost like that's what the first Godzilla movie did, and that's why people liked Godzilla's because it took a idea that would be pretty silly, but did it earnestly and seriously, which debunks your whole idea that Godzilla's always been silly.
Yeah, that's why.
Feckless fucking loser.
Yeah.
Pacific Rim showed us that people sometimes just want to see a giant robot slam a monster across the face with a battleship.
And that film's also still pretty earnest.
Yeah. It's more than just it's more than just giant robot go punch.
You want to see giant robots fight giant monsters. I mean, listen, Pacific Rim in a lot of ways is basically Evangelion, but minus the existential horror and a lot less complicated psychology and a much more optimistic ending. But in many ways, it's also like Godzilla. Humanity. And it's about mankind coming together to combat this outside alien force. It's a great, simple idea that's been done well before. Del Toro just made a pastiche of his favorite kaiju films and got a big budget behind it, and it worked. Though not for the reasons that people expect. Pacific Rim domestically did not do that great, but it did fantastic overseas in China, Japan, etc. And that motivated studios to go, hey, maybe we can put more money into these giant monster films, which led to 2014's Godzilla remake. And this time, I think they really got something.
I think the 2014 Godzilla remake, well, Godzilla in Legendary was going on before Pacific Rim, if I recall.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
I think that's more just a coincidence of time.
Also, to the Evangelion comment, yeah, Shin Godzilla put it well. That is a massive oversimplification of Pacific Rim.
Yeah.
Yes, the film, I think of the Monster films, it's my least favorite of them, but what works really works. Yeah, they killed off Bryan Cranston way too early. That's awful. Yeah, Aaron Taylor Johnson is not as compelling of a protagonist, and yes, they do conceal most of the monster action. I think kind of in a way that was reminiscent of Cloverfield, but unlike Cloverfield, where you're from the perspective of a human being in this disaster, we are not. We're just watching a movie, so it's not like, oh, we only have the lens of the action from the camera. It's no, we could see the monsters fighting, but we're choosing not to show it. We're choosing to wait for the final fight, which is admittedly a great fight. Godzilla is no longer.
And meanwhile, he uses a clip that's where Godzilla is like very clearly visible.
Mm-hmm. Is a cosmic force. It's not a test of King Atoll, rather than what awakens Godzilla was designed to destroy Godzilla, but it failed. Godzilla is far, far, far older here than ever before, and that really works. It brings this Lovecraftian component to kaiju.
No, it doesn't. Stop. I hate when people who definitely hate Lovecraft try to say something's Lovecraftian. No. The kaiju, or in this case, the Titans, are ancient forces of nature, but they aren't. They actually are distinctly knowable. It's just the fact that they retcon what that knowable aspect of their characters are, and as a result we have to reinvent what that means for the universe every time we see a new film come out. But no, Godzilla is not a Lovecraftian monster in the same traditional sense as like Cthulhu or Dagon or any of the other elder gods.
The closest thing to like a Lovecraftian concept that the Monsterverse could, even kind of taps into is with Ghidorah. Because he's like an extraterrestrial being, who's still, there's like information that's like not a whole lot very much known other than what we see in the movie.
Yeah.
Godzilla is far, far, far older here than ever before, and that really works. It brings this Lovecraftian component to kaiju that I think that differentiates the legendary universe from the rest of the kaiju stuff in a way that's really interesting and neat. I really love this sense of cosmic depth and threat, and it does go back to some of the silly ideas of the Showa era. They get really silly, these films, but I love it. Everything builds up to Godzilla and King Kong fighting. Again, a remake of the classic battle, only this time it's not for a social satire, it's not for a WWE match necessarily, it's as a sense of existential need for these two apex predators from the West and the East to go.
You mean like the American version of King Kong vs. Godzilla from 1962? In this case, you're praising because in this case, it's just an American Godzilla film rather than an edit of a Japanese Godzilla film. So therefore, you can't be like, those white men ruined it. Because if you say that they ruined it, then it hurts your argument about Godzilla always being silly, and therefore that whole argument is bump. So, yeah.
In fight. But something had imperceptibly shifted. Something had changed. Something you couldn't even tell was going on until you thought about it after the fact. While all this was happening in America, Japan had brought back their giant monsters. And while a lot of people want to forget about the Japanese Godzilla anime trilogy, God knows I do, there was another thing that came out that was substantial in the Godzilla landscape. Shin Godzilla. Shin Godzilla is, in my opinion, one of the best pieces of giant monster kaiju media in the last 15 years.
No, it's fucking shit.
It was good that I knew that you guys were going to be on for this one.
Heavily from the 2011 Fukushima disaster. Shin Godzilla is not a story so much about a giant monster, but more about the government's failure to respond to a giant monster. Yes, Shin Godzilla is a mutated monstrosity, but the real focus is on the absurdity of government, on committee meetings and phone calls to dignitaries, all going on to decide what to do with that giant monster that's rampaging across the streets, or rather, crawling on its stomach across streets because it can't even lift itself up with its mutated, pathetic arms. It's a story both about the abject horror of being a monster and the abject...
Any thoughts, C?
He went by so fast. There was a lot of information there.
Meetings and phone calls to dignitaries.
We'll slow it down for you in this case.
Okay.
Plus,
it's like really late where I am, so just like I'm trying to.
Phone calls to dignitaries, all going on to decide what to do with that giant monster that's rampaging across the streets, or rather, crawling on its stomach across streets because it can't even lift itself up with its mutated, pathetic-looking arms. It's a story both about the abject horror of being a monster and the abject absurdity and inability of government to respond to disaster. In a lot of ways, it's remarkably similar to a Korean horror film made by Academy Award-winning director Bong Joon-ho, The Host. The Host is also about a mutated monster of our own creations attacking civilization. Though I make the argument that Shin Godzilla is more horrific of a monster, but The Host is far more pessimistic of a story, focusing on cover-ups and the refusal of government not only to do anything about a problem, but also how class inequality affects how different people are affected by these disasters.
The class inequality thing is, I think, the only reason why he wanted to bring up The Host. And that is my entire read on that mention.
But Shin Godzilla is a fairly optimistic movie when all said and done. Assuming, of course, those Spawn children coming out of its tail don't go anywhere. I mean, Shin Godzilla, also with Hideaki Anno, director of Shin Godzilla's other morphing creation, which, as we all know, Evangelion is the most optimistic of all giant robot kaiju-esque things, right? There's nothing negative happens in Evangelion. Nope. No sirree. We talked about it again. All right, Godzilla. Come 2023, with the arrival of Godzilla -1, conversation shifted. Godzilla X Kong, that looks great, but it's never going to top Godzilla -1. And indeed, it could. Godzilla
-1 skips the Polygon movies.
Widely seen as the best Godzilla.
Yeah, he doesn't like them, and especially they do not help his Godzilla. It was always silly arguments, so the quicker he forgets about them, the better.
I mean, those movies deserve to be dead and buried.
I'll disagree, but that's for another time.
Since the original. A lot of people love Godzilla Minus One. I don't know if I agree necessarily. I think Godzilla Minus One is the best Godzilla film we've gotten since the original, but Shin Godzilla is the best depiction of Godzilla that we've gotten.
No.
I
like Shin, but like Shin is distinctly the one out of all of the Shin revival projects that Anno did that feels the most departed from the original design. Like Ultraman looks very much like Ultraman. Kamen Rider looks very much like Kamen Rider. Whereas Godzilla, like, it definitely has the silhouette exaggerated, but it is the furthest from normal Godzilla, which I always found weird. But yeah, no.
Exactly.
Like, Godzilla was always supposed to be mutated, but the idea that he was supposed to be this, like, malformed, mangled monstrosity, I've never believed to be the case. Like, outside of the mushroom head Godzilla design, which was rejected very quickly, the idea that Godzilla was supposed to be mangled is ahistorical.
Yeah. So, what was the part where you were asked? Where you saying like, so what do you let say? See,
essentially the idea that like Shin Godzilla is good because it's talking about a government's response to a giant monster and the ineptitudes of the government.
Yeah, if only that its plot had like, I don't know, like internal consistency, like, I don't know, like maybe don't introduce Godzilla having like an ability where he could just shoot lasers while he's in sleep mode that could, I don't know, completely fuck over the big plan that our heroes have, or the fact that, like the film just doesn't understand how coagulant works, that it doesn't freeze something, but rather just clogs something up, which if that were to happen to Godzilla, his blood, he would have a blood clot, which would cause his blood that's supposed to be coolant, it wouldn't be the coolant that it's unable to do the job that it's supposed to do, which means he would melt down and blow up Tokyo. And yeah, it essentially be ironic that the filmmakers didn't even take that into consideration whatsoever when they're taking inspiration from the Fukushima nuclear disaster. I don't. So, and the fact that the characters are also incredibly thin. Including our lead character, with the only character that even has something mildly going on substantive wise is Kyoko Patterson, I believe. Yeah, Patterson. But even then, like she's she's not that great as a character. She's great looking, but
gotten since the original, in my opinion anyway. But the film deals with so many great themes. It's a historical drama focused on the recovery of war, how war traumatizes countries, cultures, cities, individuals. The scars don't leave no matter how much time passes, but the only thing that can bring you forward is the sense of family you find in your grieving of what once was. It's about recovery and survival just as much as it's about collective pain. On the other hand, Godzilla x Kong: The New Empire is a great kaiju film. It's a movie where you get Godzilla catnapping in the Coliseum, while King Kong goes and finds his family and challenges this cartoonishly evil villain for control over a pack of giant apes, while said evil emperor guy, the Scar King, dominates the spirit of a ice dragon that he's enslaved since the last ice age. It's so much fun and so goofy. Also, Mothra shows up.
Subjective. People,
with this one, but
people like to drill their nuts apart. So
it's good because I liked it.
You can drill your nuts because it's fun. Some people find like a lot of poor things fun. That's not a good response to anything ever.
Dude, I find GVK, GXK, and Final Wars fun, but don't ask me to defend them as well-written movies.
I think probably playing tag with an electric eel could probably be kind of fun. Therefore, it is good to play tag with an electric eel.
And any movie that has Mothra in it is already something I love. It has Dan Stevens in his most sane role of 2024 as a kaiju dentist. And yet, it did not top Godzilla Minus One. Godzilla Minus One swept the award shows. It got every single award possible, except for the Best Foreign Picture at the Academy Awards. It won an Oscar, but it didn't win the Oscar for foreign films. It wasn't even nominated for Best Picture, despite it probably being the only award show not to give Godzilla Minus One a nod for Best Picture.
I think it's like, I forget what the reason was exactly. Whether it was like it didn't make the time, or like just Japan decided to put forward a different film for their country's film to be the best foreign film. And like, sucks that Godzilla Minus One didn't take it, but like,
Yeah.
Kind of funny, isn't it? How that continues to be the case with the snobbery of critics against the kaiju. But
that wasn't even the critics' choice to have Godzilla be one of the picks there. So that's just a straight up lie.
I digress. But in many ways, culturally, the discussion had shifted. While the Academy won't recognize any kaiju film for anything other than its effects, audiences seem to feel differently. And critics, too, unanimously love Godzilla Minus One. But even then, the critical consensus was that Godzilla Minus One was exceptional for a Godzilla film. The point I want to draw to is that the common audience is now shifting their perspective. Whereas before, in the history of this discussion, the Western kaiju film would be celebrated while the Eastern kaiju film was ignored. It's inverted. The MonsterVerse has been very successful across international borders, but there is a sense of snobbery with it, dismissing it as just standard kaiju affairs, while the real stuff's coming out of Japan. And what I don't like is that's the same snobbery that was...
Well, I mean, granted, when you've gotten 2 live-action Godzilla films in the Reiwa era, both of them swept their domestic award films, and both have been recognized for being exceptional films, whereas has the MonsterVerse really even won any like big awards?
I think cross-pollination may have been nominated for something.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I think it was even just KSI. Like it wasn't even one of the Godzilla ones that got nominated for something. I think Cottom got nominated for some Razzies, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we don't talk about the Razzies, really.
Yeah. So, like, it's not even snobbery when, if we're looking purely on accolades, there's a reason why people are pointing to Japan. And if the argument is, and the entire argument that has been made over this video has been that Japan was the one focusing and refining the kaiju genre, the idea and the sentiment now with hindsight that Japan would be creating superior kaiju films is inevitable. So it's not even the idea that it's snobbery. The only reason I'm calling it snobbery is because it feeds into this idea that Godzilla shouldn't be silly, and therefore that goes against his argument.
Was dealt with the Japanese kaiju film for years previous. A lot of these older kaiju films, when they came out, they were disposable entertainment that was to be treated like something you could have fun with on a matinee on Saturday and then forget about just as soon after. But somewhere along the lines between the Mystery Science Theater 3000.
Well, if that is the case, then why are you upset that critics back in the day didn't view these films highly? If that's the point, is that they were disposable.
Reruns and sci-fi airings of shows and USA showing these shows late at night. We started seeing these films that we discussed from, The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms all the way up to The Host as classics, as masterpieces of cinema. Or at least things that we could do here, things we show our kids, things we talk about years later. Part of a giant narrative of cinema, of the monster film. But when they first came out, these were just spectacle first. I don't know how many Godzilla films were made with the director consciously thinking, I want to tell a piece right now. A lot of them were made just for the audience. A lot of the American kaiju films, Beast 20,000 Fathoms, same thing. I don't think it was commentary on wartime America or our perspectives in relation to the Red Scare, in relations to nuclear Armageddon, what have you. I just know it reflects those ideas because it was made in a time where these were topics of discussion. It's hard to really look at this objectively. These films were made for general audiences, but now we look back on them fondly. We look back at them with a greater sense of what these films might have meant at the time they were made. But now we look at these.
This entire argument right here just downplays the entire retrospective.
Modern films and go, well,
wow,
you want the exact same thing. These old films we treat as classics, the same thing. They're not as good. They're no.
Yeah, the reason why they're not as good is because we have so many films in the past that show why some of these ideas weren't as good, even with modern technology. So as a result, we should be like, oh, maybe do better. It's not that hard.
It's all in the writing. Writing doesn't age typically.
No longer worthy of respect. But these other films that are obviously well crafted from Japan, that are these masterpieces and really, really thoughtful, made with these auteur directors, these are the classics. Everything else is garbage. It's the same snobbery that we dealt with the old stuff, what we saw the old stuff with.
Godzilla is so popular that a lot of people didn't even know that it originated in Japan.
Yo.
Oh no.
We found Adolf Stippler.
1 year, baby. 1 year ago. Never forget.
Daddy, Godzilla is on public domain in America.
That's in the United States, since Toho, the company that created Godzilla, never expected the Freak Lizard to get Marvelized one day. So they didn't renew and manipulate the copyright system like a certain company that does with all their beloved IPs.
It's amazing. You are 100% wrong. I mean, nothing you've said has been right.
Just like your video, man.
And has released a new Godzilla film starring Kamikaze. And in the States, Godzilla is now collaborating with King Kong in what looks to be a brand new Fortnite event.
Actually, wait. when you realize that Dr. Skipper was Nostradamus for one thing.
Kazi. And in the States, Godzilla is now collaborating with King Kong in what looks to be a brand new Fortnite event.
Given the fact, Dr. Skipper, I am Nostradamus.
The fact that
predicted
this has aged
Fortnite.
incredibly well kind of hurts.
The
Wow.
fact, yeah, I love that. Oh,
Holy fuck! Oh no!
Yo, I wish Skipper actually cared about the controversy, just so he could do victory laps about this in particular.
He's like, I told you guys. I told you.
Someone, what's it call it? Please, like F29. I think you, the one who loves to take the clips. If you can get this, just so I can then put Judas Priest's Nostradamus as a short, either tomorrow or later on in the week, I will thank you so much. Because again, Dr. Skipper in this one moment was truly Nostradamus.
Wait, who did you ask to do that, or
F29 or anyone? If you're in the Discord, then yeah, if you can get that clip, so I can make a great meme out of that.
Oh god, that'd be great.
Keep talking. And look, here's the problem I have. I'm kind of annoyed by the snobbery that we have today.
No, you're not annoyed by the snobbery. You're annoyed by the fact that like your argument that Godzilla's always been silly doesn't work because
you're not annoyed by the snobbery if you are already a snob.
You are the snob, sir. Yes.
Because it's the same snobbery that infuriated me when I was a kid. It's just now it's been adopted by the fans of the genre that we've been talking about.
Get kept, I guess.
Get wrecked.
All of it, because it was just such bombast. It was a way to have fun on a weekday. It was a way to enjoy a good movie. And maybe they weren't all the best films, but they all had giant monsters, and that was fun. You got to see buildings getting ripped apart. You got to see these deeper ideas about humanity juxtaposed on these larger-than-life creatures.
They were a throwaway, but they had these deeper ideas.
This is like a sequel to it. This is a sequel to that, to his Godzilla.
No, this is the thing. Is that like, again, this is just another just terrible like Godzilla video of his.
And what deeply bothers me, is that we've kind of dismissed one country's output for another's. We just keep trading back and forth. We can't look at these two things and say, oh, hey, these are two separate countries.
What did you say, Minecraft?
Like you were doing at the start of the video, dismissing one country's work. For
No, not at the start. Just what he's been doing is dismissing America. Now, in this case, he's like, I hate the snobbery.
We just go, okay.
My point still stands.
One's better than the other. Choose which one's better. And I don't like that. I think that if we're going to look at this East versus West discussion, we got to look at two things. One, that these two sides of the same conversation have been pitted against each other by critics and by movie personalities.
And you!
By the snobbery that we have towards the bias we may have at that time. And also go, they're all great films. They're all interesting. They all do something unique and cool. I hope this whole time I've demonstrated that it's not like one country was better than the other. They're both great. Yes, I do have a versus comparison, sure. And you can make the conclusion yourself, which country had the better ideas, and which was it Godzilla and Gamera that you preferred, or was it Jurassic Park and The Lost World, and all those dinosaur movies that you liked. But it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Both countries can do better and have done better in the past and present. But equally so, we can do better as fans, celebrating, uplifting, and eventually drawing from both disciplines to make something special ourselves. Because like all media, the creators of tomorrow are born today. If you are a young, and I've been seeing increasingly more people who have been making kaiju stuff, draw from both disciplines. Today, it's easier than ever to create kaiju media with easy to access CG models, with animation. I've seen some incredible pieces of media about kaiju recently, from American analog horror pastiches of Jurassic Park to recontextualized histories of kaijus to these bizarre, unusual animations. There's one called Godzilla Bloodbath, which I think is particularly bizarre. It really draws from the Shin Godzilla school of thought to make Godzilla more twisted and grotesque than ever. What it all comes down to is this: all of this is beloved. What I want you to do in the comments, if you've watched this far, tell me your favorite kaiju thing right now. Just write it down in the comments. Think about it. They come from the West, come from the East. Does it matter? Because when I say kaiju things, you might thought an overlap of the two. People have been trying to make the great kaiju media, but I think today we're seeing more horror implemented in kaiju media than ever before. More sense of fear, of dread. We got another Jurassic Park film coming out this summer. We got another Godzilla film probably coming out shortly thereafter. There is more to come. We are not past the peak of this genre. And while there might be dips and valleys, never forget that whenever people have thought that the genre was played out, that we're done with it, it's always come back. See that change. If you're a young filmmaker, young storyteller, make the next great kaiju piece of media and let me know about it, because I want to be there when you make it. That stuff is exciting. But don't treat the genre like it's one country's only. The history of the kaiju film is the history of film. Every single perspective, every single industry.
You say that, but for this entire film, like, man, white guys not really showing the monster, and Japan really just kept making their films while America just kind of fell by the wayside. They didn't really make any monster films because Kong is our only cultural export that we guard jealously. It's like this comment at the end feels so hollow because he's so bad faith.
Has taken a stamp on the matter and drawn it in a different direction. Take that. Be a part of it. Don't pit filmmaker against filmmaker based on national boundaries. Because at the end of the day, what everyone wants to do is they want to make media that's good and fun and entertaining. At the end of the day, it's the only thing they want to do. Let's not act with a snobbish approach. Let's not be Roger Ebert dismissing Godzilla or praising King Kong, even though they're both great films. Let's not put a film down for something arbitrary. Let's raise both up for what they are. When watching a film, always ask yourself, what is the director trying to do? What is the writer trying to do? And do they accomplish it? Godzilla x Kong, Godzilla -1. They both are trying to do different things, and they both, in my honest opinion, succeed at what they're trying to do fantastically. But they're trying to achieve very different things. Accept that and embrace it. Don't fight it. Don't try to hold everything up to the standard of the one but not the other. Embrace every facet of this conversation and hold it up high.
This is...
Nope. You don't get the rest of that.
Well, Yamazaki was very successful with -1, and what you had to do with that? Wingard? Well,
I mean, the film made a lot of money, but
it made a lot of money, and you know
he's
it
not
was
coming back. Looks like so.
no. Fun movie though, but still not good. Oh God.
At least
the videos of all
that was rough.
It's finally over, and that means I also get a video out for this week, so that's good.
Nice.
And then he can say, if he does see this, he'll be like, some dude literally made a 4-hour video bashing. How could he? He's probably right.
And him and Adam does movies. They're just like they're at like some kind of like a group.
They're at like
session.
a movie fan event.
They're at a group therapy session with like whoever else, you know. They just be like, I can't believe this. The first that Zim guy made the 4-hour stream on my take on -1, and then some asshole did a nearly 6-hour thing on Nosferatu. It's like, I feel you, brother. I feel you.
Adam's like pulling up Wings of Redemption. She's like, I can't do it. I can't take this shit no more, man.
I've been tremendous pain. I've been tremendous pain. Help me, help me, help me. That's Boogie though, but this is close enough.
Yeah, no. What's it called? Wings and Boogie are
They're both fat losers. That's exactly.
They're two sides of the same massive.
They're both fat losers. It's just that one of them at least didn't lie about having cancer.
Yeah.
So,
any last thoughts, gentlemen, before we end it off?
All I have to say is, if you want an actually good kaiju retrospective, go watch Baga Bones' thing. Kaijuology, a history of a genre.
all I could do, all I could say is, Anthony, if you're watching this, please stop making Godzilla videos. Just stop.
Stop it. Get some help.
Stop it.
But Minecraft, where can people find you, my friend?
Well, you can find me on YouTube at Minecraft World 1954. That's my @ or just Minecraft World, and I post kaiju and versus related stuff. And yesterday I announced an upcoming project of mine, which is going to be an animatic redux of my Godzilla x Kong sequel pitch, which I am very excited to work on. You can also find me on Instagram and Kara, as well as Blue Sky, where I post things. And yeah, I'm not going to do any recommendations because I am way too tired to do so, but Tiamat deserve better. And take care. Peace.
Vic, where can people find you?
You can find me on YouTube as Kaiju, where I do all kinds of different kaiju figure topic unboxings and such. You can find me on Twitter and Blue Sky as either Crispy Vic or Vic's Monstrosities, where I post my art and takes and such.
C, where can people find you?
You can find me on my YouTube, Sea Monster Essays. You know, you can find me on Twitter, you know, under KCI or the Sea Monster. So on Wednesday evening, I'll be hosting a stream on Invisible Man 2020 to kind of prep for the Wolfman that's coming out, because Invisible Man's was done by Ole now, so it'll be interesting. Take a look back on that to lead up to his next Universal Monsters outing.
And I'll be there.
Yeah, I'll be there. So that'll be fun. And I also I'm still working on my Final Wars video. I'm making progress. It's just taking longer than I would like. Due to life in general. And I may end up doing some highlights thing for my for my wacky ass stream I did the other day. But aside from that, at this point, I know I have some projects on the pipeline that I want to then try to get to, but it's I'm not going to give any definitive dates or even what will be coming out next or when. It's just whatever happens. But there's that.
And you can find me as Zimzilla99 essentially everywhere. Just an OG on X and YT for PlayStation if you want to play with me there. And expect 2 videos in the pipeline very soon. One of them Rodan related, and I might start a Monsterverse Rant series because that might be interesting since we can have a little bit of time between now and the next Monsterverse stuff. So now is a good time as any. And thank you all for sticking with me for 4 hours. And as always, guys, you guys are great, but we mess off these streams like we always do.
Semper Fi, motherfucker.